no, I know she said she shot the guy, but the only blood we found was hers. Yes, I'm going to look for the hidden cash in the drawer. All right, I'll see you. Bye. Megan was telling the truth.
Wednesday, 9, 8 Central on Ion Television. Positively entertaining. Tomorrow can only be better with Wendy's breakfast. Win with a breakfast bacon eater, honey butter chicken grizzle, sausage egg, Swiss croissant, or a maple bacon chicken croissant free with multi-order purchase. Tomorrow's looking good.
They say at a certain age you just stop caring. I wonder what age that is. Simply ageless with fire-only products. Terms and hydrates for your best skin at any age. From beautiful cover girl. Kettle One Botanical. Vodka distilled with real botanicals for a fresh taste. And the most delicious part? It's only 73 calories. Kettle One Botanical. Real botanicals, fresh taste. On the award-winning WWF, you can take a personal assessment and get matched with a customized plan. The assessment takes into account the things that matter to you the most.
Gathering 5. Connect with this. Live Angeline.
Feedback. Where the fuck is the air conditioner? Super duper. What up? What up, man?
What up, man?
Hola, amigo. Me gusta el Musicana. Oh, shit.
Two device.
I saw you was live. I was about to get ready to lay it down. I thought I'd come say what's up.
Oh, right on.
You jamming?
Yeah, I was just messing around. I got bored of TV. They changed the lineup again, so now it's like CSI Miami.
You looking like Will Ferrell, like you just broke a sweat on Step Brothers.
No, I'm just really shiny. I have
What you
vitiligo
say about
or something.
CSI?
CSI Miami sucks. I tried to get into it, but it's just not the same. Like once you've seen Chicago PD, I mean that's the cop show.
Did you ever watch How to Get Away with Murder?
No, I don't think I did.
It's oh no, it came on ABC, but it's on Netflix now. It just finished the last season. Just came out. I just finished it like 2 weeks ago. It's pretty good though. But it's like, I mean, it's kind of like CSI on some
Is it
drawn
ever
out.
on FX on the FX channel?
It came on ABC.
I feel like I've seen it, like maybe an episode, but I don't know. I don't have Netflix, so I don't keep up with a lot of that.
Yeah, but that's what I was asking because I know it came on cable. But it's over now, so.
Well, that's even better because then you can just get it all condensed into a DVD and watch it at leisure.
Mm-hmm.
The way I prefer.
Yep, that's why I can get on Netflix.
Dude, people hate that. They're like, "Why haven't you seen this movie?" I'm like, "I'm waiting." Like when the Phantom Menace first came out, everyone's like, "Oh, you got to see it. You love Star Wars." I'm like, "Nah, I'll wait." And then I waited like 9 years, and they're like, "Did you see that yet?" And I'm like, "Nah." And they're like, "What the hell?" I'm like, "I don't
No,
care."
I feel the same way because I like Star Wars too, and that's like one thing I be trying to tell people when I came into the flat Earth shit. Like, I'm like, man, Star Wars still my favorite, but it's all just science fiction. But that's how it was on this last one because they had it on the Fire Stick, but it wasn't a good copy. It was like bootleg.
If
So
it's
I was
not
like, man, I can
nonsense,
wait.
then how come the only two places they ever talk about going, Mars and the moon, are coincidentally the same two places they've had in the movies, in the radio program since day one?
Since day one.
You know, like,
I thought it was crazy. Go ahead.
I'm listening.
Oh, I was gonna say I thought it was crazy when I seen Nixon on the phone to the moon, and when they showed the video, like literally in the background, it's the same picture from the moon of the Earth painted on the wall, and that shit blew my mind. And I
The
seen it, and
proportions of
this
it
the
would be
thing. Go
wrong.
ahead.
The moon, you would be on the moon. If you're on the moon, the Earth would be fucking huge.
Way
You know?
huge.
it's not the same size as the moon. So when you're here, it looks like you're just switching vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
You'd still be on a cigarette pack compared to a goddamn countertop.
And it's crazy though, cause like they're careless and they clumsy with all the stuff that they put out, and people still can't see the bullshit. Like,
We don't know the true scope.
and it's like
Realistically,
anytime
we
I see
could be in a
something,
hollow log, tree stump sized environment, and we're really, really tiny, and we just don't understand it because our perception is that we're the largest things in our environment.
that shit is retarded. And it's just like anytime I come across any information that I see, and I be like, man, that shit, that can't be right. That can't be true. Boom, I start what I do, and I go researching myself. And that's how it was about that moon thing with Nixon on the phone. I seen it, and I already knew it was some bullshit, but I was like, they didn't do that shit. I went, pulled it up. There it is, recording him on the landline, talking to the people on the moon, and boom, it's a picture of the Earth from the moon hanging right behind them.
But
You
they
know what I'm
can't make a
saying?
cell phone call
And
good
that was their
nowadays.
first time going. They never been seen a picture like that, and like you said, it's not rationally ratio. It's not a rational ratio of what it should represent.
Well, all the space data they used to teach, they taught everything. Once you get out of our atmosphere, all you can see in space is the infrared spectrum. So any of these photographs that they allegedly took, or these astronauts were looking around, what were they looking with? Robot eyes? Did they have
Right.
infrared lenses to view through to take all that shit should have came up based on the science they gave everybody. They said the moon was made of plasma. They said space is an infrared. Fucking, they had a whole bunch of things that weren't just
Space is a
theories.
vacuum,
Yeah, right. But then if you want
but
to make a vacuum chamber to duplicate the amount of force space creates, it takes 8 foot thick concrete walls, right? But then you're gonna send up a little tinfoil ship. Come on. They fucking flew a Jiffy Pop
and
thing to the
then
moon.
and then they got just even thinking on it on a real simple scale, like the ISS is just floating there, right? Made of what kind of materials this shit made out of? Why aren't our cars made out of this shit? Why aren't we using none of the technology for this unbelievable force that you got going and not using it here?
Right? Did you ever watch
Like
Journalism?
where's the oxygen coming from?
The plants.
All right,
We breathe
did
out
you
the
see that
decay of
movie?
the
Did you
carbon
see that movie
dioxide.
Mars?
It's symbiosis. We breathe out CO2. The plants eat that. They breathe out oxygen. We eat that.
Yeah, but
Harmonious
plants.
balance.
Ain't no plants in space though. Now, what I was finna say, did you see that movie Mars?
Which one? The Matt Damon one?
I think his name was like Dave something maybe.
I don't know. There's so many of them. Like in the last few years, it seemed
Yeah,
they had the
but
one with Matt
he he
Damon,
he like planted shit on Mars.
Marky
He
Mark,
got trapped on Mars, huh?
the Marky Mark one.
I don't think it was him, was it? I think it was the other dude.
There's like five of them. Fucking
I
Mars
can't think
movies.
of his name. But yeah, I think Mark was on one of them space movies for sure.
People are like, I'd go there. Like, why? There ain't shit to do. Even if you went there, what are you gonna do?
I just think it's so fucked up. Even with that NASA ship that blew up, and like all
Challenger.
those people,
Were you alive for
the
that? Was you
Challenger,
cool?
that's it. Yeah, man, I was in the 6th grade. I still remember this because I had Saturday school, and it happened. I
How
still
many?
remember 9/11 and the Challenger, and
How
both
many
thinking in
other
my
space
head like
shuttle
this is
flights did
crazy.
they ever make every classroom in America watch before? Ever? None, right? even in
Right.
private school, they had us all watching that TV to watch that shuttle launch for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Every fucking kid in America had to see that, but why?
Yeah, but it happened on a Saturday though. That Challenger thing happened on a Saturday because I was in
No,
Saturday
no,
school.
I
9/11
wasn't
happened
in
during the
Saturday
week,
school.
huh?
I was in private school, so there's no way it was during the weekend. It might have been a Friday. We'll have to look it up. But no, I just thought it was weird that
Okay.
never before they never put the space shuttle launches or rocket launches, anything like that on TV, much less made everybody in America, all the students watched it at the same time. Like it was just a straight indoctrination right then and there.
Let me see if I can set up my laptop. I kind of got a little set up, you
I
know.
don't know what the tablet going.
I'd like to lay back like you. You got the wireless keyboard, huh?
No, I got my phone and then I just use my tablet to do other stuff while I'm on the phone. And then over there I got like a big tower. I just don't feel like hooking up the hotspot to it. I got all the stupid gadgets in the world. My mom buys them. She's like, here, you want this? You want that? I'm like, no. She's like, well, I bought 2 of them, so you got to have one. I'm like, all right, whatever.
That's what's up.
I mean, I appreciate them, you know.
No,
I put them to use, but I'd rather have something more beneficial. Like buy something for the kid, you know, buy him clothes, you buy him shoes. Save me a couple bucks. Okay, let's see. Chrome.
yeah, I remember. I remember 9/11 for real though, cause it's crazy. And like now that I'm older, and when I think about how I reacted, it always made me feel like I was just destined to see shit for what it is. But right after they had told us the news in school, I was the first one. I raised my hands like, "Can I go to the bathroom?" And I went to the bathroom, and like I was just like, "What the heck happened?" You know what I'm saying? And I was just kind of just in some kind of just I can't even explain it. I was just in awe, like, and it just symbolized the fact that I left the class right after the news. You know what I'm saying? I was like, "Can I go to the bathroom?" And I'm pretty sure like everybody that's in that class to this day still believe the official story. So I just feel like that's symbolic to my life. Like I didn't even have to go to the bathroom. I just was like, "Can I go to the
Got that
bathroom?"
instinct.
And it was like, what the fuck is going on in my head?
You had a good instinct and you went with it. That's all it takes. Like, it happens on the street, it happens in the store. Like, you never know. Something will just ping you, like, hey, look over there. And you look and there's some money on the ground. That happened today and I didn't listen. I was like, man, there was money on the ground. I was right. But I didn't get up. I was just enjoying my cigarette on my lunch. And I was like, screw it. And then sure enough, 2 seconds later, someone walked out the front of the store and they're like, hey, cool money. And I was like, fuck. People have been dropping money like, man, I don't even understand it. Like, this dude the other day or woman, I don't know who it was. We didn't see who it was, but they just dropped $200 like it was nothing and just kept going. And we're like, yo, come back. So we got to put it in the office safe, keep it safe for them. But it's like, how are you rolling where you can just drop change like that? I can't drop $200. I'll be shitting a brick. It ain't the biggest
Straight
amount in the
up.
world, but it's something.
Alright. There ain't no way to flip the camera on here. I don't like that.
I know they changed it all around again, but now at least you don't have to change to the desktop version. Challenger blew up.
I just had the mouse. Oh, here we go. Alright, yeah. See, I got the keyboard, the wireless keyboard. You feel me? I just came up on that. I'm about to see what's up with this. You ever watch Sherlock Holmes?
Yeah, the one with Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah, just in general. Are you
Yeah,
like
I
familiar
read
with
the
the
book when I
character?
was a kid too.
Cause it's like so many. It's like a bunch of black and white and old school color. Um, Sherlock Holmes. And my granny, she in there watching all of them. And I just found out something I didn't know. Like, he was his focus all came clear when he did cocaine. I was like, what?
Yeah,
And
that's
that's
why
why
he sits
Dr.
there and plays
Watson,
violin.
yeah, Dr. Watson was there to manage his intake, you know? And that's what my granny was just telling me. I was like, what? That's crazy. Let me see. I'm gonna have to.
Says it was a Tuesday.
It was a Tuesday?
Yeah, January 28th, 1986. What day of the week did the Challenger explode? Tuesday.
Okay, no. I'm talking about the other one. Because it wasn't 1986. This happened in like 2000, 2001. It probably
I don't
wasn't the
remember
Challenger. It was
that.
the other one that was coming back. Matter of fact, it was coming back from space, and it blew up.
Oh, no, I do kind of remember that one. There was only like 3 people on that one.
No, it was more than that, I think. But I was referencing the one you was talking about because I was saying it because I know them for sure. They all still alive. And Christian McCullough, that's the name of a school out here. So I
Right?
just like once I had figured that out, like I thought that shit was crazy. And it was an alternative school, so it was like
Columbia
once you
was
get kicked out
2003.
of
That's
school,
the one you're thinking of.
what was it called?
The Columbia, Space Shuttle Columbia, 7-member crew broke apart on reentry. Something. Yeah, but it's like how many people die, and then all of a sudden they got a mysterious twin that you never heard about.
Hmm. Did you see that one video where that dude went up on that one man and like confronted him on camera?
Yeah, and he's like, "You're part of this, aren't you? You're part of Bohemian Grove." The guy's like, "I'm not allowed to talk about that. It's a secret. I can't talk
I get
about it."
this all the time. People coming up saying that it's me, but I guarantee you,
Right? And it's like
man.
you ain't doing
Even
some shit. People ain't coming up to you accusing you of some crazy shit. They're only accusing people because they're
man,
suspects usually. How do I know? I ain't never once been accused of being a pedophile. I don't put out that vibe. Not my way of being. I don't think about that shit in a good way ever. Like, so people don't be like, "Hey, no." Get off.
man. Hopefully it ain't. No, I know it's not. But today I went to Walmart. I haven't really got out much, and like when I did go out last time in Temple, I ain't had my mask in Walmart. But I went to Walmart today. And I walk in with my mask on, being a good one. So they ain't say nothing to me at the door. Then I took it off, and I was the only one in there. And I was in there for a good hour, and I walked past plenty of Walmart workers, and none of them said nothing to me. But I know
People
they would have
think,
stopped me at the door. See, I got past that, but
well, they've changed the
like
policy up because people were complaining about the treatment they were getting. So if someone decides they don't want to wear it, you're not allowed to give them grief. All you can do is just
well,
make them
no,
walk.
because they made it a ordinance in Dallas.
Oh, in Dallas. Here
Well,
it's like they want you to do it, but if customers come in and they refuse to wear it, we're not allowed to give them grief. But if they act out, we're supposed to rat them out to the cops or whatever. But usually people just listen. I'll be like, "Hey, just put it on," like we all got to do it, play along with it, get it over with.
man, I say fuck that. Me, I'm like fuck that
I
because
would, but I got to have the
because
face
it's
up.
just a they baby steps, you know. They getting us accustomed to this. You know what I'm saying? You can't do this, you can't do that. You know, next is gonna be, well, you can't come in unless you got a tongue ring. Then what? Cause it's like shit getting crazy.
You never know
And
now,
then
dude. I'll be like, fuck that
I'm
then.
just saying, you can't come in unless you got your hair pink or blonde. You know, like, um,
No.
it's just bullshit. So many doctors that done came out talking about this and exposing this. And it's just a game. You know, and to me, you know, it's the game. And to a lot of people, it's a game. But to the majority, this shit is real. And they scared. You know what I'm saying? Fear for their life. And
Because they're
it's
programmed.
just sad, man. It's really just sad. Cause shit, what's coming next? You feel me? We giving in to these rights, like we giving in, and
It was
like
done
everything
before
is a
we
joke,
even
and like
saw that
people,
show.
it's
It
just
was
so
done.
much. What you say?
I feel like it's already a done deal before we even got on the planet, man. Like we're just dealing with what's already been happened. Because if you look at the way
Yeah, the
they do it
cards
with
have been dealt, right?
yeah, they
So
do the timing of it so that it's already in place and it's taking place. Like all the shit that's happening with the system and everything, it's Obama's shit finally petering out and transferring. So if they get a Democrat in, it'll kind of thwart any Trump shit from really taking effect and doing any real change.
yeah,
Like
but I
it's just
mean,
a
I
weird
feel
time
like they all
overlap, so
corrupt
that way they
on
never
both
lose
sides.
power on either side. It's a farce. It's just a farce. It's theater.
Yeah, so I don't have no faith in that shit at all. Like, and that's what I was just about to say before you kind of brought it up. Like, it's people who still have a real belief and for voting and thinking that voting is gonna change their life or like it's a major impact. Like, and I be trying to tell my people like they all phony, they all pedophiles, all that stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if you're not in the electoral college, you're not electing the president. That's the system. That's how it is on paper. They tell you that in no uncertain terms, and people still think they're going to go out and their vote makes a difference. Like, if I tell you this cake is chocolate and the cake's chocolate, but you got it stuck in your head that the cake's fucking funfetti, it doesn't make it funfetti. It's still a chocolate cake. Your vote, unless you're in the electoral college, is meaningless drivel. It's just a way for them to target their ad base, pretty much. You're self-identifying,
Man, it's
making
just
their job easier.
energy. It's I feel like it's just I feel like voting gives them power to do what they want. Cause it's like, okay, you put all your energy and uh hope into this candidate, but you don't even know this candidate. You don't even know the things that they do behind the
But you're
scenes. So it's
vouching
just
for him.
like, yeah, it's like you're giving them the okay, like, okay, well, I vote for this guy, and then they probably got like a weighing scale. Well, like, well, this one hasn't done enough, and this one he's not in on the loop, and they want this one, and if this one is worse than that one, then let's just go with this one. I don't know. It's like games,
I think a
like,
computer picks all of it.
hmm,
Like remember how they used to show it in the 40s? They had computers to predict the probabilities, and they'd run all their simulations and scenarios. The precursor of what people think of as the Matrix, which isn't reality. It's just actual computer simulation that is used to model concepts and theories and possible alternate realities based on which choices are made. That's why they use the hypercomputer, the beast. It has like the processing capability of 15 trillion terabytes per second. It can run data on everything on Earth at once. in like 200 billion different ways, and it then collects that data and analyzes it and makes choices on what should be done based on the probabilities. And you know, it's a bunch of
Mm.
statistical craziness. And the problem
Yeah,
is,
man, that's crazy. Like I'm on that wavelength too of just them possibilities of being in that simulation. And I like to sometimes compare it to a disc, like a CD disc, or like all that information and just different ley lines, and it's so complex. You know what I'm saying? This realm that we in, that we can't even perceive it. So we draw it up to a ball and and just a flat plane, and it's just like it's way more complex than that. As far as the energy flows, as far as the stars, as far as the shift
everything.
in um all kinds of stuff. And like I like to compare it to the clock too on the wall. Like those is two simple things, and like I had just did my first live stream yesterday, but I want to open up. I want to start this series called Globe Earth for Dummies or something like that, or either and I want to teach it from the point of view where I'm telling you why Globers get it wrong. Like my first video, I was thinking flat Earth versus globe Earth. Why you're wrong? Oh no, not globe Earth. Flat Earth versus round Earth. Why you wrong? And I'm gonna go into all the things that's round and flat, or like I'm gonna be like, this plate is round. So I'm gonna pretty much just prove the word round. Like if you want to say, well, if you want to have a debate, you gotta say globe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's gonna be the first part. Then the second part would be just all the clips of them saying that it's not a globe perfect,
yeah,
and
right.
how it's
And
oblate, it's a pear shape. But then I'm gonna show all these pictures at the same time. So it's not a globe, but this is the real picture they gave you.
why did
Then,
Neil deGrasse Tyson beat his rape charges during the Me Too movement?
man, it's fucked up out here.
Isn't that crazy? They let him slide. Everybody else got fired over this shit, and he got a pass.
Cause
Cylinder Sanders.
he into that stuff. He's a weirdo. All weirdos get passes. Why? For being weird, and can't nobody explain it. So
I can
you
explain
see
it.
how that kind of symbolizes in life. Like even when you're young, the weirdo person do something, and you just like, well, he just being weird.
No, all the
They
men that would
grew
have
up.
done something about it are locked up. Most part.
Hmm.
Like any of the men that will actually
Yeah,
do some shit about that, most of them are locked up by and large. You hear about all the prisoners, it's the people that are willing to fucking throw down. That's why they're locked up, so they don't put the shit to rest sooner.
yeah, no, that's real facts. And I always been a big big on the fact that it could be how we police our own stuff. And you catch somebody stealing shit, you chop off their finger, and it's like people will know the repercussions, and like the worse the crime, the worse the punishment, and that set the example. And it's like, shit, you don't want this to happen to you, you don't fucking do it.
Exactly. You tried to mess with
But
me when I was 3 years old, just a little baby, and fucking I tattled on him. When I ran into him when I was 13 years old with my friends, I was like, yo, man, that was that dude I was telling you about. And sure enough, 2 weeks later, that dude stabbed himself to death.
damn.
I was like, damn, that's crazy that that happened. I had nothing to do with it other than, you know, people
No, that's straight up. That's street
people felt
code.
for my plight and they understood like, yeah, fuck that dude, and you know, shit happens. But yeah, that shit was
Yeah,
crazy, dude. It was on Unsolved Mysteries and everything because they fucked up and he was left-handed, but the stab wound was right-handed. They staged it wrong. Yeah,
that's crazy. That's crazy. That's even a science that like if you stab yourself, it's gonna be with your dominant hand. But what
well,
if
you
he
see
went
how
two
people
fists?
argue.
Huh?
It's because you've seen the way people argue. People argue the most minute details. So it's like you got to have every fucking. What about if this happened? Bam! I got a photograph proving that couldn't happen. What about this? Nope. Same thing. Like when you're paid to argue, you'll think of some crazy, crazy shit. You know, I know I would. Shit, 500 an hour to make an argument for somebody. I'll find a way to
Uh,
argue the carpet fiber had bacteria in it that got in your brain and fucking changed your way of life for a few days, and then drank some vinegar and got fixed. Like anything's possible if you really break it down.
uh, money and make it go crazy and do anything, but
It's true.
not
Even if it's just a
anything.
little bit more
But
money
I
than you
mean,
want
like
to
you,
spend.
yeah. I mean, for sure. And it's just like,
Like I was running
man,
a
just
harvest
time.
one time, right? And I had like 40 people cutting, you know, all sitting around these long tables doing the trimming. And I was DJing my own shit. And I had this one CD that had cream on it, you know, but it would skip after the chorus. So I was like, I knew the CD was coming, I knew the song was coming. So I was like, fucking every time it looped, I was just laughing to myself because nobody was catching that it was the CD skipped at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And like it played for a good 30 minutes. And finally, I just looked at everybody. I was like, God damn, ain't one of y'all gonna say nothing to me about that busted ass CD skipping? And like a couple of the girls were like, "Thank you. I thought I was hearing things." Like I was like, "Yeah," but I knew it. They just didn't want to upset me because I was a little bit above them monetarily. To me, I would have said something quick like, "Yo, man, fix that shit. I don't want to hear the same fucking verse of Wu Tang over and over and over for an hour."
Have you ever done that where you fell asleep listening to one song on repeat?
Oh yeah,
That shit ruins the song. Like
yeah.
you have to. Like I remember, I think I was in like middle school, but I was a big Temptations fan, and I fell asleep with one song on repeat, and I couldn't listen to the song no more because it was just so like it was like I was listening to the wave of the song as opposed to the words. It was just like the words and the beat was just all one wave just going, and it was like so weird. I ain't never did that again. But
You never know. Some crazy shit out there. Just the stuff they admit to, like that they do in the recording studios, how they pour blood into the vinyl when they mix albums and shit. Like weird shit.
nah, that's
A
some sick
couple of
shit.
drummers, yeah, like a
But
couple of the
it's crazy.
drummers put out drumsticks where they put their blood into the paint that goes into the fucking color of their shit when they're making their drums and guitar colors. Like that's fucking evil, dude. Like, I don't
Oh
know where.
no, that's some crazy folks. That shit crazy though. Like with the movies, like vampires and stuff. I'll probably pick a little vampire movie to do for movie night one of these times. Cause like that shit got a lot of symbolism in it.
Have you seen Lord of Illusions?
No, is that a vampire movie?
No, but it is dope as shit. Clive
It's a,
Barker's Lord of Illusions.
is it a movie?
Yeah, like when you see it, you can be like, "Oh my god, how did I not ever hear about this movie? This is sick." Like it's a really good movie. I like that one,
I'm
and I
about to
like
see.
Marvel too. He did the good. That was a good one. Second and third ones, and all the rest of
Lord
it.
of Illusions. Yeah. Little videos found on my stick. But it's probably on the main one. Let me go back to the main one. I got this app. Like, I don't have cable no more. We just got the Fire Stick, and it's this app that got, like, basic TV, but it's got a lot of movies and stuff.
Tiger Stream or something like that.
It's called Soul Player.
Oh.
Lord of Illusions. Clive Barker.
Yeah.
Oh, it's free. Definitely have
He's
to
one of
add it
those
to my
people that puts
watch
out a lot
list.
of. He puts a lot of
Stars is a
information
private
out from
detective
all
who
of
gets
them.
more than he bargains for when he encounters Philip Swan, a performer whose amazing illusions captivate the world, but are they really illusions? Oh yeah, that seemed like something I'll dig right there.
Oh yeah, you dude, you're gonna just see. I won't ruin it for you.
Yeah, don't ruin it for me because I'm definitely gonna watch it. I'm the type, like I just said earlier, like I'm the type of person that hears something and I gotta see for myself. Like you made that shit sound like it was dope. I'm like, is it really dope though? And look, I see it in
I'm
you.
super picky about movies.
Yeah, I'm gonna check that out.
Every movie I've got, I've seen probably 1,000 times or more.
What what do you think about picking one of your movies and decoding it up for movie night or
I'm
on
down.
my stream?
You could explain how to do it and pick a night when I'm not working, like a Wednesday night or something like that, or later on a Thursday, because I'm always on.
I mean, just like any one of these movies that you feel relates to.
Shit, I got 300 of them.
Anything that, just relates to like the world or symbolic to things that we can experience and
You were there
something
for
like
the
that.
toy when I talked about the toy, yeah?
About what?
Richard Pryor, the toy.
Uh-uh.
Oh man, that's a good one. Like basically, it was about Richard Pryor trying to get a job. Unemployment was high, so first he got a job being a maid and serving food. And dude's like, "What the hell are you?" He's like, "I'm your new maid." And he's like, "Why are you wearing a dress?" He's like, "Because it's the uniform I'm required to wear." And like the guy was trying to get a reporter's job, but that's all they give him was the maid job. He's like, "You can't discriminate," so we had to let him do it. But then he ended up at the car store, the rich guy's kids, he's fucking around, starts laughing. He's like, "That's what I want. I want the guy." And they're like, "You can't buy a guy," and all that shit. So they pay him like a shit ton of money to babysit the kid and play with him all week. And then Richard Pryor ends up catching dude with a senator and Ku Klux Klan leadership and getting photographs of it. And like I thought it was a neat tie-in, like forecasting of Trump, because it was all around the same time frame when they first started putting people ready for him.
I gotta catch that one too. My granny loved Richard Pryor. She probably seen that.
I've seen all his movies. That was good. Brewster's Millions was super good because it had none of the above. And that's a really good concept. Like, what happens if everybody says, "Nah, we ain't voting for neither party"? Then what?
Man,
We don't want
that'd
any of
be
y'all. Fuck all y'all. That's what we all need to say. If anybody can get a movement started between now and November, do that. We ain't voting for none of you.
man. It's just so much distraction, and I wish I could get behind that, and that's what people don't understand. Like the people we look up to, they not they eating out I like how Mag be saying. I don't know if you listen to Mag, but he be saying they eating out the devil's pot. You know, all these people that's eating out the devil's pot is people we look up to. Whether it's the dude shooting the rock, dude running, throwing the ball, on stage performing, in the courtrooms fighting for justice, in the churches, like they all eating out the devil pot, and they not finna ruin what they got going for nobody because they selfish. And at, at the end of the day, I mean, I'm on the fence about like the whole selfish thing. Like I've heard both points. Like I feel like it is good to be selfish in your own life, but at the same time, I'm not a selfish person. But I can see how you could do that. But like, still,
You know when you're
you got to
supposed
look out for
to
self
guard yourself.
all the time. But you
That's how I
still got
put
to
it. Like,
care.
you know, when you got to conserve your resources for a reason, you know it. And when there's a time where it's going to stress you and you can't afford to do it, but you know it's the right thing to do, it's also the right thing. Like, it's situational.
Yeah,
There's going to be
that's
times
a
when not
fact.
helping selfish, and there's times when helping is just as bad as not helping, you know?
And it's times like this where you could just look at these people and see how selfish they is because they in positions of power and leadership. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's people that
Yeah, but just on a
knock out their
personal
own
level.
cousin over LeBron James. Like I done seen people literally get into fights over football.
Did LeBron James die or not? He
Hell
died, right?
no. LeBron
No?
James died. You would have heard about that shit. Kobe Bryant died.
Okay. I don't really keep up with sports, so I saw something like LeBron James tweeted some shit, and I was like, didn't he die in a crash?
Yeah, I mean I don't keep up with it at all. Honestly, only from just being
When
in the
does
third dimensional realm. Like I'm in the knowing on pretty much a lot of the sports stuff. Not because I want to know, but because I'm just around it.
I
And then
literally
even
can
when it
name
comes
top
to it,
three.
like I listen to Gematria Effect. Have you ever listened to him? Man,
No,
I gotta send you his link, man. It, dog, you listen to him, you gonna have your mind blown.
send all
I've been
kinds of
listening to him since 2015, 14,
like I've
and
been out of the loop. The only new stuff I've really listened to is New Tool, New Slayer, like any of the bands I always listen to, just because I know they're so
no, it's
fucking
not no
good.
band. He on YouTube. He do videos. He's a YouTuber. He be breaking down how all the sports, all the news, everything that happens on TV is done by the numbers.
Yeah, just
Kind
like
of
you
like you were
do.
just saying, the simulation. This shit all line up. It's like the simulation. It's like the Matrix. Your name, like gematria, is the language of coding words into numbers, right? So for every letter, it has a number. So A would be 1, B would be 2, C would be 3, all the way to Z, right?
Depending which set
Then
you're using, because there's different kinds. There's Phoenician, there's Phrygian,
hell yeah, that's just
um,
the basic one. I'm saying they
Kabbalah.
got all kinds of them where you multiply or you divide, like.
But then you got
But
crazier subsets. Like when I make codes up, I have variations on letters. So you say the letter D has three different symbols that could be the letter D, and only the two symbols used for the letter D clue you into which one of the other ones you should use. Like you can get really complex with encryption when you do it by hand and think about it.
yeah, that's why these people are master. That's why they're master builders, like they say and whatnot. Like they have that knowledge, the number knowledge to encrypt the world. Like these, they code everything. Like Kobe, his whole thing was coded. His names, the numbers that his names add up to, was all coded in his death. and his career. And it's like that for so many. You not up on the murder? See, Murder by Numbers. Did you ever see that movie?
Yeah. Did you see the Deadpool?
Oh yeah.
That was kind of the same thing. It's all a set agenda.
Man.
It's all ritual sacrifice. They're willing participants in it because to them it's their highest honor. Okay, on my 56th
Mm-hmm.
birthday, sacrifice to the Dark Lord or whatever they want to call it. Witchcraft and whatever fucking name you want to, it's still witchcraft. And, you know, that's
No,
that.
for real.
That's your thing. Go for it. But you know, that's the whole thing. I just don't want to see other people's shit enforced on other people. It's nonsense. Y'all bitch and complain. We don't want church and state. Well, then don't have. Don't make me have your church. Don't make me have your pride. I don't want
Hold on. You say you don't want to see what? Hold on. I'm trying to make this sandwich.
to.
Dang, I'm finna put my peanut butter in the fridge. I'm tripping. I meant to put
Bro,
the
man,
jelly
what
up.
you doing? Bro, man, what are you doing in my house?
I got some of this strawberry banana naked juice. Mm-hmm.
That's some good stuff.
Yes, sir.
I got one of those onions, carrot juice. That shit is good. Like there's nothing added.
Man, I love carrot cake. That's my shit.
Don't try celery soda. That stuff is wild. It tastes exactly like
What's it called?
celery soda.
Celery soda?
Yeah,
Fuck.
it's like Sprite, except it's made with celery, and it don't taste like you ate a pound of celery, and the flavor doesn't leave your mouth for a while. It won't go away. It's like,
All right, what was you saying though? You don't want. You said you don't want stuff pushed
oh, I
upon
was just
people. What?
saying, like, you know, if people want to be into witchcraft and things like that, that's cool. Just, I don't want to see it enforced by law, just like I don't want to see Christianity or Catholic other practices by law, because at that point, you're still breaking free will. I don't believe anybody has heard anybody go based on anything. We both exist. That means created everything and provides us with life energy. Thinks we'll be allowed to exist. So that should end every argument right there. We're here. So God loves to call it and let's work with it. You know?
No, for real.
But the practices of sacrifice and murder and shit need to end. It's barbaric, stupid, and the superstition sense about it is ridiculous. If you really think killing a baby is going to make your life better, then you need to have a bullet put in the base of your skull and you can go talk to God about it personally and get it figured out. But no more innocence should be shed. But that's got to stop.
I feel you.
No more distractions from it. Like, and people are feeling it. You can see it. That's what the problem is. Everybody's at that point where they're like, you know what? All this shit is going on. So why isn't anything being done? Y'all can make legislation over fucking night. Nobody's stockpiling toilet paper or not wearing their mask. And when it comes to BLM, oh, y'all can pause in fucking 3 hours. But anything that's actually going to make lives a positive way, oh, well, I mean, it's got to go back to a committee for another 6 months, another 8 months, another fucking how many years? Fuck that shit. Fuck 'em.
Straight up. Just like I was saying. Just like I was saying, I think we was on Cypher stream. You know, like we begging these people to save us from the police and stuff like that. Who's supposed to be protecting the laws? But the people we asking is the real deal corrupt people. Like they doing the most sickest of sick things in
And y'all live
office,
right in our
and they
towns.
doing it all behind our votes. You feel me?
Y'all live in
And
fancy gated
it's,
communities right up on the hill where they just have a big city like Calabasas where they can all be rich and hide out, do their shit in private.
man, I'm mad. I should have made 2 sandwiches. I hate when I do that.
Right? But then if you make 2, you get to the first one, you're like, damn, I don't know.
Right?
So I
I
was
asked
making,
myself, now do I want to? And that's PB and J.
oh,
And
that's when you make
sometimes you,
one big thick one, like a double stack.
yeah, with the 3 bread.
Yup. Double peanut
Yeah, I
butter.
definitely should have did that. But
Then it's like you're having the
man,
cake
that hit the
and not eating all the bread, so it's good.
no, that hit the spot with the naked juice. Oh man, strawberry banana, and I use strawberry jelly.
Right
What
on.
about you?
I like apricot jam, blueberry jam, strawberry jam, fig jam. Like I love all the good shit. I ain't picky. I think
All right.
everything's great except for avocados. I can't stand the texture of avocados. It's like blah, blah, blah. It's like the bottom of a lake, the silty mud that's in there. When you get that in your mouth, that's how an avocado feels in my mouth. Like just ugh.
So you
Not,
don't like guac?
nah. If it's in something, I know because I'm instantly like, what is this in here for? Get none of this. I'm okay
Yeah.
with that guacamole. I'll fuss about it. You can make my shit 5 times spicier than it needs to be, and you won't hear a peep out of me. I'll sit there and sweat and enjoy it. But you put guacamole, no, no. Take that back to the kitchen.
Do you eat flesh?
Meat, yeah.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people have issues with it, and they're like, well, plants are this and plants are that. Well, what do you think the meat eats? It's eating plants. And everybody's always wanting to find the best condensed proteins and the best condensed nutrients. Well, it's meat. And yeah,
Yeah, I'm actually trying to get off of it because I'm on the I'm on the standing that it ain't good for us. And then most of this shit, man, we don't even know what it is. Especially if you're eating fast food and eating out. Like I be getting sick just even thinking about it.
don't go to fast food. Yeah, I don't do that shit if I can help it. I
Yeah,
do everything that's fried.
but I be doing pretty good though. Like, I got a couple recipes that I make. Like, I eat oatmeal every day with peanut butter, and then I like to do red beans and rice with cornbread,
I
and
love
then like I eat a lot of bread and like toast. Like I toast it, boom.
black beans,
And I
rice,
still
and
been
brown.
eating the eggs too though. Like eggs, man, I love eggs,
See, I can't
and
do it.
that's fucked up.
Once you had an
Man,
egg
what?
where there's chicken inside it and it gets through the line, you're like, nah, I don't want no eggs.
Well, shit, you gonna eat the chicken anyways.
Yeah, but it's just gross to crack an egg and the fucking fetus falls out.
Mm. Man, I remember I was a kid. I cracked this damn baby egg. Oh man, I must have got my ass whooped because I had cracked it in my aunt car. Like I had dropped it, and it cracked right on her door, and it was on the seat, and that shit smelled like fucking
Oh,
death.
God.
I got my ass whooped. It's a shame. This one time, I was getting up out of driving school. I must have been like 15, 14. I'm walking to the bus stop. It's a damn baby bird in the street. Just hopped off the curb into the street, right? And I'm like, oh hell no, I gotta save this baby bird. So I stepped in the street right in front of a car and they like slammed their brakes and like they came within like 2 feet of me. But I was finna jump back. But I'm trying to get the bird out the street with my notepad, like scoop it up. And then out of nowhere, the mother bird, zoom, I mean, coming down at my head like non-stop. I'm talking about, I had to run all the way back to the driving school, and that bird chased me all the way there, like just going up, coming back, diving at my head. I was like, oh shit. Ever since then, I ain't really fuck with birds. Like, I be throwing shit at them.
Birds are mean.
Yeah, like them little jet black crows.
I love
Them.
crows. I don't like
Well,
parrots.
they not crows. They like a hybrid bird. They not like real crows.
Well, there's
But
crows, there's
they out here
blackbirds,
in the
there's
city.
ravens, magpies. If they got the black beak, they're the blackbirds, or a possible hybrid of raven and blackbird.
Yeah, these
The,
definitely hybrids out here. I know
the real
that.
crows and the real
Even
ravens have yellow beaks, and they're a little bit more elongated and sharp at the end, like more angular. Like
yeah, and it was one of them. It was a yellow bird, a yellow big bird that was flying at me.
wow.
But them crows, like I don't fuck with them
I try to leave it
at
all
all.
alone. I don't want to get bit.
I got like good aim, so anytime I throw something at one of them, I be hitting them. Like it was just one time, it was this squirrel. I remember I was at school and the squirrel was running, and I threw a water bottle, or it was like a Gatorade bottle. Cause them squirrels out there, they was friendly. Like they'll get close up on you and stuff. Cause
They'll
like,
take you to it.
cause it was on a college campus, so someone was getting fed when they was babies and all kinds of stuff. So they be friendly.
They
And they
get
had
way too
ran up on me
comfortable.
and my homegirl. So I kind of stepped at him, and then he took off running, and I just threw my Gatorade bottle at him, and it was full of water, and it like hit him when he did mid jump onto the tree, and he like flew like 10, 15 feet. He landed on his back, and like he just like kicked his legs and hands like 3 or 4 times to get on his feet, and he took off. I was like, yes, I like nature and animals, but some shit I don't fuck with, and I don't fuck with birds, and
I
I
like
don't fuck
looking
with
at it.
squirrels.
I don't want to interact with it on a touching it level most of the time. Like some people want to pet
Yeah.
it, be all friendly, like, I'm good just observing. Unless it's like a good animal. That's
hmm I mean, if I was probably in like nature, like Rio or something, where it's like a bunch of just different colored birds, like I might fuck with them then, maybe. If they don't be trying to attack me, but
like I dated a chick and she had one of those like a white cockatiel. And at first the bird was kind of cool. He'd sit there and he'd tap at you like, "Hey, get me high," and you're like, "Right on." The bird wants to smoke, so you'd smoke him out. But then like he would just get spiteful if you didn't do what he wanted to do, and he'd be a dick and he'd like chew on my shoes and he chewed up a couple of shirts, and I'm like, "Yo, man, look what your fucking bird did." She's like, "Well, he's a bird," and I'm like, "Well, put him in a cage or get rid of him or find an
she
apartment."
just had them out like that.
Yeah, we would let him roam because like she assured me he was cool and he didn't destroy stuff. Because I was like, "Is he gonna fuck with my garden? Is he gonna mess with my clothes?" Like I don't know what birds do. I can imagine based on nature, but oh no, he's a good bird. He's trained. She'd had him for like 10 years, so I assumed she knew what she was doing really well. But nah, after like a couple of months being in my pad, the bird decided to be a dick to me. And then it was just like, fine, cats are coming back in the house and you're on your own, bird. Let nature sort it out. And then the bird kind of knew his place and would chill in his cage or way up high and just kind of keep to himself until she was home. And the cats had free domain and were like, yeah, don't fuck around. It's ridiculousness.
If you could be one animal, what would you be?
I'd want to be something on the bottom of the ocean just because it's the most unexplored territory and nobody's really seen most of it. So if I could swim all around that and scope it out like as a giant whale or a giant something big enough to just
Shit,
take
a giant fucking creepy looking ass creature. Cause them things, the further you go down, the more spooky dooky you get to looking.
it's
You
like
know?
the
Like,
God's
I
rough
know you seen
sketches.
like some of them things. Like, even in Finding Nemo, that little fucking
The lantern
piranha
jawfish,
looking
that thing's
motherfucker
crazy. That's the
with
one
the
with
light
the
over his head.
yeah, that's the lanternfish. That shit's vicious. But then they
Yeah.
got that shark that looks like a retard too, swimming around with the big fucked up nose, and goofy eyes.
This I am say he's straight at the bottom of the motherfucking ocean.
Yeah, everywhere else we have access to for the most part. You could really realistically
Coming from the deep.
dig a tunnel or dig into a mountain. You could get in a balloon
Yeah.
and fly up or get a drone and look at stuff from up top. But
No, that's crazy because, like, I would probably go with a fish too. Like, some kind of, um, breed that's underwater, just that. But I would want to be, like, something that can come up too. I don't know. Maybe like an alligator.
or Aquaman, I could just be myself
But
and just swim
alligators, they
down
so
there. That'd be even better.
yeah. Yeah, that was one question I was gonna ask the other night too. Like, if you could be a mermaid, a centaur, what's it called? Fuck.
Centaur.
Yeah, a centaur, or like a lion, flying bird. They don't really got no birds that's
The griffin.
dualistic like that, huh?
The griffin.
I mean, who?
The griffin. That's like a lion and an eagle.
Yeah, but they don't have no one that's like a flying person. Like, a mermaid is half and half, and the centaur is half and half. But as far as like in the sky, I mean, the only thing I would think about is centaur with wings.
I always wondered about the story of Icarus, like how that lasted so long, if there wasn't any reality to it. Remember that one?
Icarus,
The guy
refresh me.
master constructed wings so they could fly up, and Icarus flew too close to the sun, and it melted the wax that was holding the feathers in, and he fell to his death because he wanted to get too close to the sun. So it was like, it just seemed like a weird fable for kids to learn.
Right.
They made
So
it
what do you
into
think?
movies.
So what do you think about like centaurs? You think that was really something?
I don't know how you would genetically create such a perversion. Like, based on my understanding of genetics, any known mutation isn't recopied. So if you have a two-headed cow and you make it breed with another animal, you're not going to have two-headed cows. The mutation won't carry through. It'll be written out. Otherwise, stuff turns cancerous. That's what cancer is. It just clusters around and stops the mutation from rewriting any more cells. So I don't know how
I
you
mean,
actually. And then what would be the purpose? Like, I just don't see any
let me ask you.
benefit to it. If you made an animal that could benefit, like if you had a mom animal that had like 58 titties, so like all the babies in the community of animals could feed or something, or I don't know.
I mean, shit. What's the most nipples that an animal have now? Do you know? Wouldn't it be like a rat
Yeah, I think there's
or
like 50
mice?
cells. on most animals, most mammals at least, because they
So
have
how
to
many do
stay away
dogs
with it.
have? They have like what, 9 maybe?
Let's see.
8. Well,
Go to Professor Google.
and
Mammal.
why do cows only have 4 then?
Do they? I thought they had more.
I don't know. I think in cartoons and stuff, it's always been predicted as 2.
I
Even in the
think.
movie, I mean 4. They only have 4 on their little thing.
Yep. Cows have 4. Cats have 2 to 8. Dogs have 8 or 10. Mice have 10.
Learn something.
Disease of teeth.
It said dogs can have 2. I mean, cats can have 2 to 8, so it just varies.
Yeah, that'd be weird. Just have 2 nipples on a cat though.
Yeah, what if you got 2 and then you have like a full litter of 8?
This is funny
Well,
because for
what?
whatever
How much
reason
is a
today,
full litter?
I swear to God, dude, like about 4:30, I was joking with my boss, and I was like, "Yo, I'm gonna make a cartoon, and it's gonna feature cats, but they're gonna have real human titties." And she's like, "What?" And my other manager heard it, and he's like, "What? That shit sounds crazy. Do it, do it." And she's like, "Why would you do that?" I'm like, "I don't know. I just thought of it, and it sounded weird." And then, bam, here we are, 2 in the morning, and it tied back in.
Synchronicity. Cat got 2 tits.
But that would be a cool cartoon. Like I have cartoon dreams sometimes and daydreams where I'll just be sitting there staring off and I'll think of some shit like a background scene or a character. Like that'd be funny. And sometimes I'll draw it or paint it. Sometimes I'll just tell people about it and give them like plot generalization, put the image in their head so they can have a laugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, understand.
Just imagine if we had the means to create all the ideas that we ever thought, like at our disposal. Like you could have came home right now and you got a team of workers. All right, I need this, I need this, I need this. The cat says this, the tits move like this. Everybody
We
laughs,
do
everybody get paid.
it. We
But
do
it's
if
just like,
everybody's willing to throw in their hands.
yeah.
The one thing people never like to talk about or even think about, or even, I don't even know if they hate it, love it. There's no talk about it. The Amish. Aside from their not liking electricity, which isn't even most of them anymore, the only things that differ from them and us, they go to church when they can, and they don't watch TV. But they do the communities. Everybody supports each other. They all grow enough shit and store enough shit so nobody ever goes hungry. Nobody's kid goes without clothes. Nobody goes without a house. Nobody goes without firewood. Nobody goes without a goddamn thing there. So to me, that seems like a really good model to try to emulate, you know?
Yeah, yeah. And we just got caught up in such a divisional society. Like it's easier for people to not get along than get along these days. And that shit's sad. It's like almost hard to build any solid foundation because people have so many different interests and so many different beliefs that they stand on, and they believe this but they don't want to give up that, and it's just like we stacked
Because
in
it
these
makes it fun.
cities.
Think about when you're a
We
kid.
stacked up.
Everybody had their own different shit, and you'd all just meet up and be like, "All right, what are we doing today?" You wouldn't even you just put all that other shit behind because it's like, "All right, we know all that. What are we doing today? Oh, we're gonna go pool hopping. Cool, let's go." It didn't matter anymore. You could have a
Are we
fight
gonna
with
go
your kid
steal a
one day,
bike?
and the next day it's like, "What are we doing today? We're going to the beach. Cool." Like, because you're living in the moment, you know. When you're living in the moment, it changes things a lot. People could remember that state of mind where it was about what's going now instead of, well, I felt this way, I felt that way. Like, yeah, we all do. But it's how you deal with it and progress past that that shapes your character and shapes your present. So why dwell on it negatively? Just go, okay, I fucked up, you fucked up, everybody fucked up. Forgive each other. And when it happens that way, shit's beautiful and everybody benefits from it. and everybody that's watching and seeing and thinking about it's like, man, that's really admirable the way they handled that shit. That's why I try to watch, like I don't ever really say shit about anybody negative. I don't try to. People misread stuff here and there. And then when they do, I still, I'll still apologize to whoever if they misconstrued it or if I expressed myself incorrectly in some way. You know, that's just how I am. I don't like being a troublemaker. I'd rather be at peace.
I feel you. And that's the first step is just acknowledgement and acceptance. To realizing, you fucked up. And if you didn't fuck up, they still feel like you fucked. Well, like if you don't think you fucked up, somebody else think you fucked up. And the best way to just get on balanced ground is to do what you said. Just own up to it, even if you already
Even
feel
if
some
it's
type of
fake or
way.
not real sometimes,
It's
shit.
just
Me and my brother used to do
why
that.
grudge over or fight over anything any longer than you have to. Like, just let the shit go.
There was times I made
It's a
my
lot.
brother take heat for shit I did, but then there's times where I let it, my mom would be like, "Who did this shit?" And I'd be like, "I did it. Now what?" And I'd take the heat for him, like, because it wasn't about that. It was about just getting my mom to calm her out. Moms.
That's real. Shout out to moms. Shout out to the mothers out there. If you're listening, we just want to say we appreciate you for being the portal of life.
Damn straight.
And
Appreciate it tomorrow when I get that package in the mail too. Thanks, Mom. Fuck you,
what you getting?
government. Smokes.
Black Cats. I was smoking those for a while.
California decided no flavored cigarettes because that promotes smoking to kids. So now I can either.
So you got to get them off the web?
Well, I just get my mom to mail them from her side of the country, or I can get people in Vegas to mail them to me, or I can just have an excuse to go on a road trip to Vegas, stock up. It's retarded.
Where is your
Still buying
mom's
them in
at?
town. That's the thing too. Like, there's still people in town supplying me because I'm like, there's maybe 4 people in town that smoke this brand on my side of town, and they all told me that. Like, there's only 3 other customers, so the supply is good for a minute. But I don't know. Probably when they run out, I'll just end up quitting at some point. But until such time,
how far are you from Vegas?
Like 7 hours if traffic's good. Beach in the house. Splish splash.
Oh shit! Big ass gecko just ran up my door right there.
I collect lizards in jars.
Yeah, I can't wait till my daughter get a little older, cause me and my dad used to do that, and I want her to be able to do that and have a good time in nature. Actually, next time I get her, we're gonna have a camp out in the living room. I got a tent. And my aunt just bought her a little sleeping bag. Troll sleeping bag. So I figure we pitch a tent, make some s'mores, watch some movies, Trolls, of course. Or Princess and the Frog.
Time to do
Mm-hmm. Can't wait for this weekend just so I can, for sure.
I was trying to find where Max put his little specimen. He made his first specimen like a month ago, I think. He got a little
Who
lizard.
that?
It was a little tiny one. Because like the cats will kill him, and I don't like to waste them, so I preserve them. I got small ones and large ones.
Mm-hmm. See, I want to get a pet for her, but I'm trying to think what I should do. I don't want to do the dog, even though I got a spot and stuff. It's just too much maintenance. And I like the thought of a cat, but it shared too much, and I ain't got time for all that.
Fish.
But I don't know. It's just like I really want a dog though, because it's something that you could play with. Like,
Yeah.
but at
Just
the
get a
same
real dog. Don't
time,
get a bullshit dog. Get like a real dog, like a Labrador, a Mastiff, something that's really
yeah, them
smart.
Labradors is nice. Yeah, Labrador would be fire though, honestly.
They're like the best
Um,
all around. They like to swim. They stay clean. They'll shit where you tell them to. They're really, really intelligent animals.
yeah.
I had
See,
Chrome on
look,
my
you about
hand.
to persuade me, cause last time I had a pit, but I had trained him in German. He was smart though, but I had a
They're
lot
smart.
going on, cause
It's just their
huh?
personality. It's like a soldier personality. So it's like they're friendly, but even when they're playing, their kind of playing is a different kind of play.
Oh yeah, it's a whole nother level. They don't know how to
It's training for them. They're like, all right,
be.
how do we turn this into battle? Like a lab will
Oh
just
yeah, for real.
be like, what's up, man? You look like you had a rough day.
Yeah, they go 0 to 100. Pit bulls for sure.
I had a
Just
massive pit bull mix one time. And anytime anybody came to my house, even if we knew him, he would run to the edge of the property and just stand there and stare him down, growling until I told him to chill out. They're like, dude, I'm like, I can't stop him. It's his instincts. I was like, just be thankful he
right.
don't bite you.
I wish I could get. I wish I can get one of them monkeys like off Hangover. That'd be dope.
I wish monkeys could Skype.
Man.
That was like the only funny joke almost, except for Mike Tyson and the Tiger. Like those two jokes.
That shit would be so fire to have a monkey, a little small ass monkey. Shit. I mean, it's just like
Yeah, like if
it's
you
like
could play
having a
keyboard,
little. It's like having like a tiny 3-year-old or something like that. Cause they smart, you know, the monkeys smart. But I don't want no like chimpanzee. I want one of them cute ones. I don't want one with that like red on their back and stuff like that. You know.
a baboon would be cool though. Look people up.
Yeah.
You're like, yo man, go check out my
Shit.
new
See,
barbecue in the
this making me
backyard.
want to watch. What'd you say?
I said you gotta tell people, go check out my new barbecue grill in the backyard, and then the baboon gets them.
See,
Remember that
I
Ren
just want
Stimpy
something
cartoon?
nice. I'm thinking about Planet of the Apes when he had brought Caesar home. Like,
The
Caesar
original
was
ones or
too
the new ones?
smart.
Did you ever see the
You say
original
what?
Planet of the Apes series?
Yeah,
Like those movies, I thought
yeah,
was more, especially the one
that
ending
shit.
in Planet of the Apes. They showed that the powers that be, their only true power was illusion and mind control through sonics and visual stimulus. That and the nuclear bomb.
Yeah, I ain't like that first one because it's like it just made it seem like they was talking about you black or whatever. I'm trying not to say black no more because I don't like that word, but colored. You know, my tongue
I know what
people.
you mean.
It seemed like they were trying to make too many comparisons in that movie. They locking them up and shit,
Well, because it was
talking
the
shit
60s.
about them.
It was during the civil
And it was
rights
like
era.
right around. Yeah, it was so close to them times. It's like, damn, they really just be bold like that. I don't see how motherfuckers put up with that shit. I'd be ready to slap anybody, any day. I'm making me another sandwich. See, I was supposed to be going to sleep.
I never really dealt with racism until like I was like 18, 19, and then it was from Asian people. I'd apply for jobs to be like a dishwasher, work at an Asian restaurant, and it all says, "We don't want you. We don't want your kind." I'm like, "What the hell do you mean? We don't want people like you?" And I'm like, "What do you mean? Like, what the fuck's wrong with me?" I didn't have long hair at the time. I wasn't heavily tattooed at the time. I looked like any other normal person with clean cut hair and decent clothes. I had a
Yeah,
nice
they
ass
kept it
Oldsmobile.
G. They kept it G. But I could respect that because they probably didn't want your kind, but they want your money.
Yeah, I
It's not
just
like they
walked out
wouldn't.
of the place and threw a brick through their window. I said, "Here, take that piece of shit.
Oh
Get
shit.
out of my town. This is my town." East Coast is way harder like that. Like you can't do that shit to anybody. Tan, dark tan, darker tan, brown tan, whatever you want to call it. You try that shit, you get your ass whooped back east. You don't say that word because it'll trigger people and they will whip your ass. Like there's just protocol. It's respect and protocol. You don't respect, then protocol gets handed. You know. It goes both ways. Like that's what when I hear anybody of any kind saying it, it's like, man, you sound like motherfuckers of my people. If they said that shit, I would look at them and be like, yo, you're fucked up. Because it's a bad thought pattern based on the stupidest programming of all. Basic. Just like Chris was saying when we were talking about it the other day, there's a spectrum of colors, right? And everything comes in that spectrum. So there is no greater or less than color. They're all equal. And everybody's based on that spectrum.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree with all that. Like, I don't see nobody being superior at all. But I am skeptical on these motherfucking reptilians. Like,
Did you see the video from Argentina, I think it was, where the guy supposedly captured the chameleon demon on camera? And like you see the thing kind of chilling on a rock, and then it moves a little bit, looking like the predator.
man,
But
I done seen all kinds of shit. I done seen shapeshifters. I done seen eyes. I done seen their eyes clicking back and forth like snake eyes. I
did you
done
see it
seen
in
the
real life?
motherfucker during the press review. He had a bald head. That boy was shapeshifting, looking like fucking alien.
We have
So
manifestations in real life, dude. Like no shit. Just yesterday, as a matter of fact, three of us in the back room, and we're standing there talking about, plotting out the day's work or whatever. And we seen go across the aisle, and the one chick goes, "Hey, who's that back here?" Because nobody's supposed to be in the warehouse but workers. I thought it was Little Man, one of the other workers walking through. So I went to see who it was, and there was nobody in the back of the store. Like there was nobody it could have been. I walked and looked up the aisles. There wasn't nobody walking up the aisles. There was nobody it could have been. And I went back and I was like, yo, there ain't nobody out there. The store's like two people up front. She's like, that was creepy. All I saw was this black shadow pass by. And I was like, well, I thought I saw a Little Man pass by. I was like, but he's up there at the front door doing his job. Shit like that,
nah, that's facts. And
So like I was high,
it's
but they
crazy
weren't,
because
If it was just me,
no,
I
it's
could chalk it up to
definitely
like,
other shit going on. I remember I was younger and I used to see this shit. That's why I feel like, the kids, they the closest to the uh before and after, whatever you want to call it, the spirit realm, that they see stuff. Even like animals, you can see how your dog stare off. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to
because they're not
make a
polluted yet.
comparison like dogs and babies, but like,
No, it's just an
your
innocent thought
baby would
pattern.
just, yeah, they see that shit. They see that stuff. And I can still remember when I was younger, I used to see that stuff. And I did. And I was always kind of scared or whatever. And then I seen that Sixth Sense movie and that shit fucked me up for about 3 years, dog.
That movie really?
What? The Sixth Sense fucked me up. I was
I
seeing
thought
all
Spirit
kinds of
Echoes
shit
was way
after that.
creepier.
And I
Did you see
knew it
that
was
one?
there.
With Kevin
And it was
Bacon,
like
Spirit Echoes.
Kevin Bacon.
Yeah, if you ain't seen that one, you gotta check that one out. Stir of Echoes. That's a good ghost movie.
Staring Echoes,
Stir of. You got it somewhere over there.
like Stairway to Heaven.
Stir.
Stir, like stir fry my
Yes,
Chinese food.
stir. Stirring up my grits. But I always wondered too,
You
like,
put sugar or
what do
salt in
are
your
we
grits.
manifesting? Like, do we make that happen? Is that why they have to break us out of that innocent mind frame before our minds grow strong? I mean, they have to like pollute us with restraint thoughts and shit that'll trip us up to hold us back. So we don't understand that once we shed all that shit, we can make a fish into 5,000 fish if we need to, or we can make whatever the hell we need to happen. And that's why we get to see.
Man, I feel like they just mind fuck us out of our powers. They trick us out of our energy. Even with this Black Lives Matter, like the dude just said the other day, you know, we went from native to free slaves to colored Negro to African American just 20 years ago. Now all you see is black, 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 black. And it's just like boom, that's tricking us out our energy. And then as far as it just with the things that we could see, you know, like the cell phones, like all that shit, it take our instinct away, really. And
Morgan Freeman who talked on that, and he was like, in
oh
this generation they called us colored, and then they called us Negro, and then they called us African American, and then they called us this, and they called us that. Not once did they ever change the way they behaved toward us or the way they didn't care about us. So it didn't matter what they were calling because it was their behavior.
yeah, it just fucked up though, like tricking us out our energy for real. And it's crazy. You ever seen that movie Baby Geniuses?
Yeah, it's a funny theory, but I don't buy into that.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they geniuses, but I just think
I think all the
that
information's already stored in you and it's going to come out in time anyway. And the only thing that would be different is you would speak your own feral tongue because that's been proven by people that they find in the woods that were, for whatever, they still could do, math like they were easily to teach. There's no such thing as cavemen. Like you can train a person quick, super quick, if you have a person with potential. That's why they do so much testing in kindergarten. They want to know who to pick. Many are called, few are chosen. They want to know who to choose. And then after that,
no,
it's a matter of shifting chess pieces and manipulating circumstances to make sure you don't swerve too far out of the parameters they want you in to develop as in their eyes. And then even if you deviate and break through it, they still find a way to pull you back one way or the other. They're gonna put the fucking drag you back. And that's kind of where we're all at now. We're at a point where it's like no more hooks.
yeah. I was gonna bring it back to something deeper, like, cause I'm thinking, like, I'm not even thinking, like, I'm already knowing, like, they mind fuck all of us, and they almost trick us to do it to our kids too, as far as the whole Christmas holiday. Like that shit
All
is
of it.
fucked up.
All
That
of
shit
it.
fucked up. You know what I'm saying? It's so fucked up because it's like, you know, your first Christmas you don't really remember. Your second one, you know, you actually can rip the gifts up. You know what I'm saying? And by your third one, fourth one, you taking pictures with Santa Claus and shit. And
I remember
then
the
by your
Christmas when I
fifth
got
one, you know,
the
by your
Sobertero
fifth and
dome.
sixth one, like you know, you waiting on Santa. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody raised their kids different, but pretty much the general thing, you still believe in Santa. Like when you that young,
Nah, I don't teach Santa.
and it's just like it's like a huge lie to the kids. Everybody in on it.
That's why I
Everybody
don't
in on it.
participate. I don't tell my kids Santa comes. I tell them, hey. I bought this gift. Grandma got you this gift. Grandpa got you this. Mommy got you that.
Yeah,
Your
yeah.
uncle got that.
By the time they old enough
From
to
the start.
understand that.
Well, they start understanding the second you start speaking it to them. They're recording information. See, that's what it is. Before year two, up to year two, the child's subconscious framework is forming. And that's when it's most important to indoctrinate, program, whatever you want to call it. You need to put morality, a code of ethics, a code of respect, all the good qualities you can possibly conceive of. You need to program them into your kid at that stage of life. Because after that, he's freestyling and he's on his own. Like it's science.
Yeah.
And it's proven, like even though my wife divorced me and took my other two kids and I haven't seen them in 13 years because she won't let me, I had them, 5 years and 3 years respectively. So I was there being dad and forming that in them too. And they both grew up great, moral people, high school grad. My daughter's in college now, graduate, I think next year. So always
Right. You do what you can, right?
got to. Otherwise, you got to answer for that shit. Just like, how did they grow up to be a serial killer? Well, their mom was a fucking nutcase.
Yeah.
She did a bunch of wackadoo shit.
And
And
then
their
it,
dad
but
was
then it's like when you get into that realm of reality, as far as talking about the kids and stuff, like it's really deeper than the surface, or like parents, because it's like everybody life different. Everybody go through their trials and tribulations, and like I could look back and think of things that my parents, you know what I'm saying, might not have done or shouldn't have done, but it was like shit at that point, they were programmed to a way of thinking too, or they was influenced in a way that they didn't have no choice. So like sometimes you just gotta understand life got flaws, and everybody situation different. So like until you walk into somebody's shoes, like you'll never know the struggles they had from the person before them. So, and that's just fucked up through like a lot of shit, cause generational curses. Some of us go through that shit. That shit just deep. You can
it
go
is
on and
deep.
on with that shit, but I'm about to go ahead and peace out. I was really trying to go to sleep earlier, but you've been a good host,
Thanks for coming
so
through, man. I
appreciate you
appreciate
having
having
me
you.
up.
Always.
I'm gonna check out that movie, Land of Illusions, right?
Yeah. I'll chat with you.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely check that out and I'll let you know. But I'm not gonna watch it now. I'm going to sleep.
Now, you want to watch that when you're wide awake. That movie.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna check it out, man. Peace, bro.
All right, man. Have a good sleep. See you manana.
Yeah. Yeah.
Digression. I had another theory I thought up for a minute, but I hadn't really put too much energy into it yet. But like basically, if we destroy all the dams, can't do it all at once because it'll cause a worldwide tsunami that'll destroy a lot of shit. But if we systematically release the pressure and break them down, we could restore the balance of nature the way it's supposed to be. And Antarctica would thaw, and all that land would open up to be redeveloped and lived on happily ever after. Earth wasn't designed to have ice caps or any kind of polar area. It's a malfunction caused by dams. That's my theory, at least. And a couple people that I talk to that deal with water and shit like that say that it's not completely out of the question. So they're going to look into the math of it a little bit too. So I'll post updates one of these days. Anybody else, feel free to come up if you want. There's the link right there. Dink, dink. Can holler, scream, churn some cream. Word. Yeah, back in the day is different than fucking 2000 and up. But it's all good. I believe in eternity, so I'll catch up with him one of these days. Whether it's now or then or whenever when. They're always going to be my babies no matter what. You can try to take me away from them or them away from me, but half of their genetic makeup is my lineage, my ancestry. So, yeah, good luck with that. They always be my babies forever and evers. Just like this little guy over there sleeping, sacked out early. The father has no rights anymore, sad to say, unless you have a premium attorney. And depending who you are, because as we all know, the system does pick and choose who to persecute. So you might have got away with some shit back in the day, and then, they arbitrarily decide to slap your wrist at that point. Yeah. That's the same with the people that just marry like Navy people or military people so they can have the paycheck and be a housewife and not have to do shit. There's scandalous people of all stripes. If there's an angle to be played, some dumb con ass is going to try to play it because it's easier in their mind than actually putting forth effort and creativity to make a real project happen. I assume. I don't know. Like I either do some shit or I decide, nah, I ain't gonna do it and I don't do it. I don't really have a half-ass halfway about it. Oh no, I got in contact with them last year. They were able to break through and get past the mom's security wall and contact me on FB Messenger. And it was nice and pleasant for about 8 months. And then she found out about it and tried to pretend to be my daughter like I wouldn't know. But I was smooth. I played along with it. And then after a while, I was just like, you know what? I know it's you, and I don't know what your goal is here, but whatever. I'm over it. Because I know when it's meant to happen, it'll happen. And not before and not after. It's just how life is. It either beats you down or you get tough and you go, well, you dust off and go. I can change, but only for the better. I don't feel like I can change for the worse anymore. And I don't ever think I did. I think anytime I did bad shit, I realized it, repented of it, made amends for it, and moved on from it. And after a while, people just stopped complaining to me. So I guess I was all okay in their eyes. Once kids are around, then you just kind of scrutinize further. Like, okay, I need to tighten up this or that. Or it's all a refinement process, I think. Since it's just Chad and Kathy, I think I'll play some. I'll get that shitty effect on. Oh, bro, call.
Get off that seesaw, imaginary people.
I
I actually bought a copy of Top Gun the other day. So the song's stuck in my head still.
Bop-a-doo, bop. What is anyone's worst concert they ever attended and why? I'll start it off. I was dating a chick. I forget what year it was, but the Jonas Brothers were popular. And so she's like, hey, I'm taking my kids to a concert. Go with us. And I was like, all right. And then, like, the day of, she told me it was the Jonas Brothers. And I was like, oh, okay. That's about all I can say about that. Not my cup of tea, but I digress. And I will digress and digress even more. Because that's how patterns are emerged, you know? You gotta make trails, blaze pathways nobody's blazed before. Shit like that. Log in or sign up, pre-upload different avatar. Oh, Hexican has a terrible avatar. Piece of shit. Fucking, I don't need it. Bang. Got rid of that clown. Now I can see the chat again. At least I don't do the baby cough anymore. I used to get mocked soundly for that. I take a big fat wax hit. And I go, because I wasn't really coughing hard, but it was still the motion. Mark would be like, you cough like a little baby bitch. And that would make me laugh, so then I'd be doing it even longer. Ridiculousness. Got spendy today. Got Max little war helmet to play with. Little minor light. And a Darth Vader mask. Because fuck yeah, Darth Vader. I will sodomize your cheese. I'm not saying Darth Vader sodomizes cheese, so if you believe that shit, don't take it to heart. I'm just putting that out there. Johnny Knoxville had ruptured testicles and he's incontinent and can't have sexual intercourse or even get an erection anymore. Steve-O reformed his life and still does live streams and is active on YouTube and is trying to work on his comedy career. The last I checked in on him. Bam Margera is in rehab again. He's getting a divorce from his wife. Last I checked on that. 2 of them are dead. Wee Man's doing midget shit. I don't know. I don't know. I never really thought that show was anything because to me it was like somebody filmed me and my friends when we were teenagers, but to a lesser extent because we would do way more ballsy stunts. Like, you know how they have like a converted storage tanker from a semi truck for like collecting newspapers. They had that beside our high school. And for a while, we would crawl in and we made a clubhouse and made like couches shaped out of the newspaper stacks. And that got boring. So one night I was like, hey, let's just burn this shit. So after that, like once a month, we would burn everything in the newspaper bin. It was harmless in my mind. This is basically just a big giant can. We were teenagers. That's what they get for not providing us better entertainment than bowling or the fucking roller skating rink. They should have let us play clubs. The one club that we were allowed to, we talked our way into it after the Alice Donut concert. Kings Head Inn, they were going to let my band play, even though we were all 16 and 17. And then the next week, the bar got foreclosed on. So I was like, so mostly we just played house parties. Yeah, when you smash your nuts on railings and get kicked in your groin a lot. If you want a good example of it, look up Key and Peele, Dick Nanigans. That's a really good one. Marvin. 60 subs. Who are they? Where do they live? Mystery Tube. Who? Me? My subscribers are all people. I don't even know who subscribes to me, honestly. YouTube doesn't let you check the list on your phone. I don't even know if it does on the computer anymore. I've never thought about it, honestly. Like, I assume my friends and the people that I see, if I see something that says, hey, they subscribe to you. I don't know. I don't really create for anyone specifically like that, so I never think about it like that. Nah, it's not really chaos. Some people just like to be observers, so it's like not disturbing their part of the habitat in my mind. If that's their preference to just sit back and watch, and cool beans, no hate on them. And I'll do that I do that a lot of times, honestly. I'll just watch people's stuff and just watch and listen. That's the best way to get to know them. Chaos is way easy to create, and it would be created on a way better level than that if I was going to create chaos, though. Like, but I'm not in a state of warfare ever, so it's not that time of life. I'm all about just trying to build my shit up better, get other people on the right track if I can. Get me on the right track if they can. Shit. It's a strengthening process that goes both ways, every way. Every person that does interact and gets to know me on a better level, I find we build a good bridge of communication, understanding. We can talk shit out, feelings, emotions, struggles, all of it. I know, why'd they change that? I liked that feature better. You could subscribe to anybody you got interested in instantly. I don't even know how many subscribers I subscribe to. Probably a couple hundred easily. I don't know. I never really worried about it. Like in my mind, this is the slope down before it kicks back up, and it's only going to kick back up into a different paradigm because the landscape of the media has changed drastically. We've reshaped it. All of us collectively have reshaped the way it's all going to be going. Google support. Yeah. Eventually, if they get enough of them, they'll dick around with it, I would think. Somebody uploaded it to Instagram. I don't know. If people really believe they're watching all of our shit and scrutinizing it, and the AI is doing its job and watching everything we do, then fix that shit. They should just be able to pick it up out of the stream and decide, okay, let's fix it. So there's obviously something to having to type it into the search bar and then figuring out why it's misspelled, even though you spelled it the exact same way. It loves doing that lately, where it gives you the results and says, did you mean this? Like, no. Did I type that? God damn, I'm not retarded. Know what I'm typing. Even if I make a typo, I still know what typo I made. That's just basic self-awareness. Even a child can master. Nah, YouTube does pretty good. Once you learn how to get around their little shortcomings and pitfalls, then it kind of works a little bit better for you. You start interacting with like large, well-known celebrity channels. If you can get their attention, that goes a long way too towards getting the monkeys off your back, in a sense. And it's just fun to show people, hey, these are just normal people like you and me. You can talk to them, because I know they appreciate it. And they're like, damn, now people are actually talking to me. Cool. I just wish they would do a Slayer live stream. So, Kerry King, I got your guitar pick. Fuck yeah, Slayer. True. It's always like that. It was the same on MySpace too. I had like a lot of fans in my band in Holland. And it's like, I'm never been to Holland, but apparently my music was nicer there than a lot of places. Kerry King guitar pick from the Mayhem Fest in '97, or I don't even remember the year it was. But it had this tattoo. It was all fresh ink. And then we got lucky and got Slayer tickets to get into the pit from the Rockstar drink sponsor guy. He's like, hey, I got 2 wristbands. Who wants to go? And me and my friend were like, bam, us two. So we got to go in the pit. And every bit of the scabs got pulled off my tattoo, and the sweat was all sweating and it burned like fire. But I didn't care because it was Slayer. And at the end, he started throwing his guitar picks. And I jumped up and I got one. And then I was like, yeah, and I made eye contact, so it was even cooler. It's like, fuck yeah, dude. I mean, I seen Slayer like shit 15 times. So like, you know, after you make eye contact with them and say shit to them or mouth it to them after a few times, they recognize you in your hometown capacity. Like, oh yeah, I remember that guy. That's the weak guy. You know, whoever. Not to incriminate anybody or myself. Here's something interesting I also have in my wallet. It's like a weird old coin. It's misshapen. It's got like these insignia and some inscriptions. And then on the other side, it's like that. Weird though, right? Then I have like a little mermaid charm. got some monies. There's no hot sauce in my wallet. I won't lie. I'm not Hillary Clinton. I cook with seasoning, so I don't need to add hot sauce to anything. Yeah, bad. Collective. The best way to surpass censorship is to encrypt your video titles, make them nonsensical stuff like boy rides a tricycle, talking dogs, bear throws a ball, just really mundane shit. Because I was testing that out, and like I forget who I was telling, but I titled one video "Breastfeeding Turtles," and I swear to God that had like 200 views in an hour or some dumb shit. And I was just like, really? That got views just because of the title? It seemed really low hanging fruit, but got to test the waters. If you guys are ever in Tarzana, check this place out. They're still open anymore. Excitement. Excellent selection of stripper heels and other things. And if you need your weed, bam, go to Woodvick. One-stop shop. They'll get you set up legitimately. You ain't got to worry about all the dumb people. When you have medical need for it and you actually get your medical card and your medical license, you get access to a lot higher grade of products. Don't be fooled. That's a cool place to go, the Green Goddess. Damn, I got 9 stamps. I need to go to Venice Beach. Buy something and get that freebie. I don't even remember what I was looking for in here. Yeah, that's crazy. You got that many subscribers. But then again, maybe it depends on what you're doing. I highly doubt they would ever monetize me. I'm not saying don't, but I highly doubt they would. Because I would actually do good things with it if I could. Just like I do now, and just be on a bigger level. So I was going to turn into Wonder Woman, didn't you? Nope. It does, but if that's not ever like, it was never my goal to make videos to make money. Like, to me, it's just something to entertain people and make a couple of pen pals here and there and make friends in real life that are close by. Just something to entertain each other. Like, hey, this is what I'm doing today. The panel thing's kind of a new angle to it, but basically just to loop back to the original days of the internet before everybody had AOL and it was just Yahoo Messenger, and then they came out with AOL Messenger and Hotmail and all the other fucking chat places you could go to and just set up. Like, I would literally have like 20 viewers and like 67 windows of chat open. And I would just be typing like a fucking machine and just going because I wanted to see how much I could process and how many people I could keep up with. And like through MySpace, I ended up making like 2,500 and change, like actual people that I talked to and kept up with on a regular basis. I just had timing schedules that flowed out through like a week and a half time span to where I could give everybody X amount of time or X amount of message, or it was insane, but it was fun to do. Bam! No, I'm not doing cocaine. I just need to trim my nose hairs on this side nostril. So I keep feeling it. It feels like something there, but it's just my nose hairs. They're coiling out like octopus tentacles to grab passing moths. Nah, I'm just kidding. That would be some shit though. Okay. I'm guessing it's sunrise on the East Coast because it's starting to warm up here now. What else was I thinking about today? I texted myself to remind me. Oh, I had a good discussion with a homeless guy outside of the store. Somehow taxes came up. I was just like, I don't care about taxes, but at this point, I just want a complete audit of every level of goddamn government because I'm sick of paying these taxes and not getting to see my money in my community. The streets are dirty. The sidewalks are all fucked up. The streets are all potholed. Everything looks like just absolute ghetto shit. And we're paying a fifth of our check every week to these motherfucking clowns to keep the city looking nice and keep it pretty and to attract other people and say, hey, welcome, come here and check out what we got going on. We got a bunch of criminals just sucking up the money. And where's it going? What are they doing? And Mad and Mystic Skywatcher is a cool channel. Also, that's Truth or Two. Yeah, feel free to drop their links in there, man. Everybody check them out. Give them a look, see do. But seriously, I want to know why there's not better playgrounds and better parks, and why there isn't just a 12-foot wall high around some kind of old or even a new apartment complex where you can put all the homeless, crazy, everybody that kind of rubs people the wrong way, give them their own little section of town, wall that shit off, keep them safe from the rest of the world. And just let them have their own shit, their own special supermarket, their own special houses, special payday. I also want to legalize all drugs. I know people think that's kind of crazy, but they haven't thought it through. I would do it by instituting government crack houses, meth house, heroin house. You want to do drugs? You're going to go check into that place, and it's going to be like Alcatraz. You can do all the dope you want in there. You can do whatever the fuck you want in there. But you're never going to get out as long as you're on that shit. And if you want to get out, then you have to go through a 5-year minimum rehab process. I think that would greatly curtail any wild drug use that damages people. I also do want to ban automobiles and every combustion engine. You're telling me my cigarette gives you cancer with secondhand smoke, but a fucking car produces 10 million times the amount of carcinogens per second as a cigarette? Fuck you. Take your car and shove it up your ass. Ride a bicycle or walk. It was good enough for Jesus. It was good enough for you. God gave you two legs for a reason. He didn't give you two legs so you could jump in and push a pedal and get someplace looking cool. Hey, look at me. I'm doing things with my hands and my feet. Whee! Fucking retarded. When you understand how much nature is destroyed by the pavement and the roads that you guys depend on for your cars, but you want to cry about putting up a wall and don't pollute and climate change. You don't think the freeway is a fucking climate changer? God damn, I don't see. I just don't see. I guess infinite patience, infinite wisdom. You can kind of tolerate everything at that point. Within reason, your own reason, infinite reason. Understanding God's pretty easy. You just have to understand there's no limitations to any expression you can imagine that God has based on what you imagine you have as the reflected image. I do, and sometimes I don't. Sometimes you just have to turn on the flow, see what comes out, because sometimes it is all jumbled in there. And I don't consider it chaos any more than I would consider gumbo or jambalaya chaos. It's just many different ingredients to that particular blend of stew. Good Kirk. Here's a trippy one though. I put out the video on it? I don't know if any of y'all checked it out. It was on the Hexagon channel. So like one day of fuck, I guess 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago, I woke up, had a bad dream, so I was in kind of a depressed mood. So I jump on my phone and I was gonna check out a couple of music videos, perk my attitude up, get high. Instead, it's like every thumbnail for a split second was Kurt Cobain with the gun in his mouth. And I was like, no shit, I'm tripping, right? Had to be. So now I recorded it with the tablet showing that it was doing it. So I was like, okay, fucking crazy. I reset the phone, went back to YouTube. Was like, okay, all the thumbnails were normal. The first video I click was the like Pantera or something, but it took me to the video for Nirvana that thumbnail was for. It's that kind of glitch. It's like, that's not a glitch. That's something entirely different. Like cyberbullying from the AI, possibly. Like, what if it did that to a child? A weak-minded child who believes in superstition and all that shit to the degree where it would hamper them in their growth. Yeah. So check out. Yeah, I like doing the Discord too, because then you can share everybody's different things into it. Like, I call it the repository, the puzzle box, because all the different puzzle pieces, everybody can add whatever they want. Audio streams, video feeds, live chats, builds, whatever you want. Join my Discord and have at it. I don't censor people within reason. If you try to put some shit in there that goes against the values of common sense, morality, or decency, or the laws of God and man, I'm not going to tolerate that kind of shit, because I don't want division, anything divisive. Yeah, we do contests. Zero the other night had a contest for Name That Tune, but I missed out on it because I was working as usual. But what kind of contest would you do? I used to do contests back in the day where if you could figure out what I was singing in a song, figure out the lyrics accurately, I would give you a prize pack. Mostly just because I would make up the lyrics as I went, and I sometimes don't know what the hell I said, so I listen back and be like, "What?" Mumbling ass. God, it was great back in the day. There's just so much uncharted territory, so everything was gold. I gave away vases. I sent bongs to people that I made. When I had band shirts made with my little band logo, Double Guy. I had like a limited edition of high grade t-shirts made. So only like 38 people got one. And then I kept a cupel. I kept a cupel. I kept a couple for myself, but everyone else, you had to like figure out how to get one out of me. I'm gonna make t-shirts again. I'm just waiting on this Visa card. It was supposed to be in the mail the other day. Apparently, everything's coming tomorrow. I guess. I'm not sad. Today I get sad about somebody not subscribing or any of that. Like that has nothing to do with any of it. The majority of my social media output is honestly just, hey, thanks. Here's some free memory storage. I don't have to store this on my computer. I can store it on your website, on your server's memory for free. Cha-ching. And in return, I post content for them. It's a fair trade in my mind, so I don't worry about monetization because I'm already getting what I need out of them. If someone blocks me, oh well, I won't know about it. So it would never enter my thought stream or I've never been blocked or barred from any website of any kind, so I wouldn't know, honestly. There's no way to know. Unless someone says, hey, I blocked you, and I go, and? That's cool. Do what you gotta do. Like, I'm not over here talking jihad, so I don't know what would get people pissed off enough to want to block me. Unless they hate talk about unity and unifying people as one human brotherhood and sisterhood, a real family as we're intended to be, because that's what we are. It's that time it talks bad and they want to block it, fuck them. They're on the wrong side of history, not me. Division, bad. Unity, good. That's just their computers getting tweaked up, I think. I think what happens is when they find that you have bots in your chat, it's a subroutine that immediately starts funneling them out. Like, you know how when you go to your YouTube studio, it'll show you like the same couple of bots and they're all like, hey, great vid, can't wait to see the next one, or hey, we should be friends. Good content, bro. And you're like, man, you ain't fucking real. Because it doesn't send you the alert on your regular YouTube, and it doesn't even alert you on the studio. It's just there in the studio shit on its own little sub thing. Because it's just robots. But when it's like an unfriendly bot, I think that's when you see your subs and your thumbs up and your views going up and down because I caught the Florida Keys live webcam. I caught them using spam bots and trying to make it out like it was a cool idea. They had a couple of people pretending to be a guy and a girl having an illicit romance affair on this website during COVID, but like they couldn't interact with other humans properly, and that's what gave them away. And then when I started calling them out on it, the viewership of the room started jumping from like 0 to 600 to 200 to 1,000. Like it was just erratic. Yeah, I think it is totally deliberate because all of it's programmed. And if there's an inconsistency, they can fix that. That's what people spend all their millions of dollars coding and constantly upgrading and constantly rewriting the codes. Yeah. I thought we already were, Chief. You've been chatting with me for a long time on Roots channel.
This, as you just said, most women and men aren't aware of any possible problem with a product like talcum powder. It's just baby powder, right?
Talcum powder gives you cancer, but take this mystery vaccine. Says the same people who told you talcum powder is some harmless shit and you can put it on your babies. Yeah, you. Oh, yeah. I get you. You're right. They always throw in the, hey, bro, can we be friends? Great content, bro. Or they could be Australian. That's some great content, mate. Crikey. I'm going to go break the coral reef with my skull. I assume that about Australian people. Yeah, Marcia has a lot of cool sunsets and a lot of awesome nature and scenery from Belgium. Like, you guys should check out his channel, check out his videos. And he does a lot of cool transient beat night time live streams too. You can just sit in there and groove and smoke out without having to yip yap or any of it. Just sit back and enjoy. My best will be when I get like a real webcam on my actual computer again. I just have to get around to going to the store. They've just been giving me Wednesdays off and paydays Friday, so by the time Wednesday rolls around, my budget's not there for something trivial like a webcam just to fuck around in my free time. But then I can broadcast more and I'll start tinkering with my recordings again. Just a matter of time. Plus, shit. Right? I miss so much of my free time. Like, I love me and Max walk everywhere. I ain't had a car in forever. I just walk everywhere. Or if it's far enough, I'll take a bus. But there's pretty much everything we need within walking distance except the beach. The beach requires a bus ride of 12 miles. But we can walk up to the park and go hiking on the hillside, or we can walk to the other park and play frisbee and play on the playground, basketball, tennis courts. Or we can walk down to the Branca where the water comes down from the hillside and goes into the riverbed because we're only like a quarter mile from the riverbed, the Santa Clara River. So there's a lot of nature right here to explore. It's and I forgot to bring that up with Super, like how the plants go in a spiral fashion, the leaf sets. That would only occur if they were following the light source around as they grew. It's not a Fibonacci sequence either. It's fours that go around north, east, west, south, spiraling up. It is, man. Like when I first got with baby mama, she's like, man, how do you deal with the stress of Mark, my boss, in the garden and running harvest and keeping eyes on 40 people playing with your product and all that kind of shit? And I was like, let's go. And I lived like 5 miles down the other side of town on the outskirts in Satakoy. But it was the other end of town, but still the same area, the riverbed, like a quarter mile from the riverbed. So I just grab a couple of machetes and we go down to the riverbed and just hack up branches and dead shit and just make little firewood piles for the homeless people that would come down there. And it was like great stress relief. You'd see cool animals, you'd see coyotes, quail, pheasant, ground squirrels, rabbits, stray dogs, stray cats, stray people. But it was always something cool, and it was always awesome sunset, and the mountains are right there. And like, there's just no part of where I'm at that doesn't have good scenery. It's a really picturesque place. Most of California's coastline is, I won't lie, it's gorgeous countryside. God did a good job sculpting this year. But it is God, so I expect nothing less than the best, by definition. And God looks back and he's like, yeah, same here, buddy. Humility strikes again. You can't have an open mind and not debate it, especially if you don't have proof, valid proof of any of it, one way or another. But the observable facts that you can prove show one way versus the other. Like, come on. And you're telling me there's just so much shit that it's like, come on. You're contradicting what you already told people before you dumbed them down. And you forgot that these people already know greater science than what these people know. Mint plant water container, let it stay in the plant pot. If you want it healthy and active, put it in the soil in the ground so it can be where it's meant to be. Just figure out a good spot, learn what type of plant requires what type of lighting, what kind of watering you need to do, and then cater to its needs, and it'll thrive. I tried growing mint and I couldn't get it to take. And then like the next year, some of it came back in another part of the yard where I didn't even plant it. So nature took its course. That was me. I just didn't research it enough because I was more about growing the basil. Because we'd make bruschetta, where it's like a little toasted bread with some garlic and some cheese and a fresh basil leaf. It's good shit. Good shit. Yeah, there's this sushi called ganja. I want a couple of ganja rolls. I would kill for some ganja rolls right now. Or even a red dragon roll. I got a craving. I ain't had sushi in a month because I haven't had time. Max gets sushi every Wednesday, but I don't because I'm always busy. Oh, Poppy. Yeah, and what about the streets in Pennsylvania where you can roll uphill and shit? How would that work on the globe? And if the Coriolis effect, which is the spin of the Earth on the atmosphere affecting shit, which is what creates the weather, then how can the East Coast Atlantic Ocean be flat as a sheet of glass? If you've never been to the Atlantic and seen it, that motherfucker looks like a mirror. Why isn't the globe spinning making the waves constantly. Did the globe stop spinning for that part? Oh, well, it's because of the moon. But the moon doesn't make fucking lakes or ponds move, and then people are like, well, it's because it's not motion water. It's not, well, man-made ponds have pumps in them making a fountain, and that keeps it active. There's no tide in that. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can debunk the dumb shit. Rats in space. Trying to achieve 10 to the 10th torr gravitational pressure output on your fucking capsule walls, but to achieve that on Earth, you need 8-foot thick concrete walls. Oh, but when you're actually in space, you just need this little He-Man suit, and you sit in a box made out of tin foil and aluminum, like Jiffy Pop, and you just come. It looks like somebody wrapped a fucking package or two of aluminum foil around a goddamn jungle gym back in the day, and I'm expected to believe that shit. They had a Special Olympics contest or some dumb shit for the scientists at NASA. Hey, can you guys make a jungle gym into a spaceship? Make it a go. And then they laughed at everybody who believed it. Well, on a clear day here, if you're at the ocean front, you can look down the coastline and see the Los Angeles mountains and the Los Angeles coast. And if it's a really clear day and you got a good set of binoculars, you can see down to San Diego, which should be impossible. Because that's like a 2.5 hour drive, 3 hour drive down the one which follows the coast. So yeah. Even on a fucking oblate pair, that shit still wouldn't fly scientifically, mathematically, physically, or otherwise. I agree on that. And you look at the math that they do, and they're like, oh, well, any point you put the moon and the sun and angle them outward on their vector, it exponentially works out with the math. So that tells me it's some bullshit, mathlete nonsense for people who know how to game the system. You ever seen the movie Pi? P-I? Pi. Check that movie out. It'll teach you what the numerology is all about, at least on a couple of perspectives, and what happens when one man does indeed crack the code. We had a lot of us working on it back in the day too, because that was what the intent of the movie was for, to inspire people to start working on the project. What is the 72 tone intonation of the true name of the Most High? Theoretically, in a given sequence of random numbers, or a natural set of numbers such as Fibonacci or pi, the number would eventually express itself. So it was a pretty cool black and white movie. And my friend Evan and me really got into it and really started crunching numbers back in the day. And we didn't really get too far, but it was fun. It gave us shit to do. Smoke a blunt. Start doing math. Typical loser shit. Now Evan's in real estate. Good for him. Oh, I wouldn't want to be in real estate nowadays because people are fucking nuts. And I've had to clean up some houses where people lived. And some renters are really cool, and some renters are human scum. Right on. Almost a big 4-0. Do you think there's more than one moon? Gematria is interesting. The only problem I didn't like, once you understand it, then it's like, okay, well, now I know that this book has been influenced by their code because their code's contained within it. So now this book's suspect. It means it's been compromised. So if you're telling me, okay, look here, the same gematria code is here, it's also in the Bible, well, then that means somebody compromised both books. That's why I'll discuss books. I like reading books. I like reading the Bible. I like reading people's autobiographies. I like reading history books. I like medical textbooks. I like anything nonfiction. If it's going to be fiction, it has to be really, really clever shit. Like I'll recommend Harrison Bergeron by Kirk Vonnegut. That story is amazing. Um, Anyone Here from Utah by Michael Swanwick, also a really killer story. All these stories are they were back in the day magic, power suggestion. That's all it ever boils down to is power suggestion. And I would use regular books to show people everyday basic power suggestion magic, how they would manifest their own things. Like I want to say it's Daryl Schweitzer, but it was called Pennies from Hell. It was about this guy, and he discovered the secret through the ancestors was to find money on the ground, specifically pennies, and look really closely at them. And the gods, the money gods, the penny gods, would put a message and foretell the future to him. So he was walking around collecting all these pennies and making comic books about it and writing books about it. And eventually people stopped seeing him. And his friend went to visit him and he was just like sitting around with buckets and buckets of pennies everywhere, and his apartment was covered with pennies. And he's telling him, he's like, yo, I was wrong. They're not penny gods, they're demons. They're bad luck demons. They're telling me the future, but it's a cost. They're gonna take my soul. And they've given me all this fortune. He's like, but I'm compelled to keep all these pennies with all their messages. And he's like, I don't understand. He's like, you'll see when it starts happening to you too. So I'd get everybody to read these stories. You know, the guy ended up dying, the pennies crushed him. And they said what ended up killing him in the end, they found a penny deep in his throat because everywhere he'd go, he'd find a fucking penny. If he looked in his pocket, there's a penny. If he picked up a rock, there's a penny under it. So after I had like 6 of my friends read this story, I read it out loud to them so I could get the full effect. Basic mesmerization, you know, basic conditioning, really, really basic, harmless shit. After that, everybody started finding pennies. You open your fucking curtain on the second story window, there's a penny on the motherfucking windowsill. You go outside, start raking leaves, clink, there's a penny in your leaf pile. There's a penny in your shoe. It happened to everybody that came into contact with these people, all because of power suggestion. It took on a life of its own, also known as mass hysteria, groupthink, hive mind, religious conversion, zealotry, whatever term you want to apply to it. It's basically just everybody gets jazzed up on fresh kind of energy in the brain, dopamine spikes that are produced by it, and they run the ball to the touchdown in their own unique way. I like Jeranism. Do you watch that guy? Belgium also invented French fries and Belgian chocolate and sweet, drinkable Belgian cocoa. But Belgium was just like Austria's little brother, weren't they? I'm just kidding. Throwing a little Belgium shade. Can't say you hear that phrase too often. Really? No, I heard that the French fries were actually from Belgium. Same with hamburger. It wasn't from Hamburg. The first patties were made in Belgium. I don't know. Dr. Evil's from Belgium. Technically, Mini Me too. Is it bad that I get excited when I see midgets in real life? Like I've spotted a Bigfoot or something? Like I don't stare at them or point or anything weird, but I'll just see one walking like, ooh, just a thought. Ferris Bueller would say. Fire, chemistry. If you have the means to purchase some, highly suggest purchasing some, because this shit is straight. The camera's not actually doing it justice. It's a lot lighter in color. It's more of a banana. Got that one. I still got a little bit of runs. It's the only bad part I don't like about the batter and the crumble. Can't really show it off without risking spilling and shit. Oh, why? Always look at TV when it's like the worst commercials. Motherfuckers sanding their nasty ass gorilla feet. Hey, I'm an alligator. I ain't lotioned on my feet. But this little thing will make it go away. No thanks. I don't need to see those paws. Ugh. And while we're on the subject, people, please, if you know someone that wears flip flops and shouldn't, just treat them to a pedicure. Don't shame them. Don't mention it. Just be like, here, I got you this coupon for a free pedicure. And they'll appreciate it. They won't even think. They'll just be so happy. They won't even think about it. But then you've done the world a service. Butter, butter, parquet. Let's simmer a minute. It's fucking hot in this joint. Yeah, it's cool for them. I don't really like dairy. I'll eat cheese here and there, but I don't like milk. I'm not a milk drinker. I never really was. It always seemed weird to me. Like when I see a cow titty, the first thing I think is, hey, what's in there to drink? No. See a cow titty, I'm like, yep, that's a cow titty. That's for a baby cow. I'm not a baby cow. And if you think cow milk's cool, then go milk a gorilla or go milk a hippopotamus. Tell me how that milk tastes. We might be missing out on some great shit. Some giraffe milk. They got that long neck, so they have time to like let all the goodness slide into their titties. And luscious giraffe titties. Mm. Ah, I'm just kidding. Giraffes ain't sexy. Rhinoceros though. They got that horn. Mm. That's how you grab on. You're like, yo, go sugar daddy. Go to Dairy Queen and get a Blizzard today. You can get a ground up fucking Oreo. Like some spaz was crumbling cookies in your shit. Get a salty Blizzard. You don't know what's in it, but you do. I don't know. Why not just drink human titty milk? It's designed for us. It's certainly a fun process to grab into it. You know, like, come here, babe. All right, I'm good. I just needed a top off. Get a little bit of titty, a little bit of milk. That colostrum. That's what it's called. It might be the secret to indefinite youth, the true fountain of youth, the titty milk. But then, God, what if it had to be your mom's titty milk? Like, come here, you old motherfucker. Get over here and give me some titty. Just squeeze it into a cup. Like an old tube of toothpaste, just wringing that bad boy like a wet sock. Just the last little bits of titty. Here's the secret for the guys. If you want to give your chick bigger boobs, put fenugreek into your foods. It's a natural herb, and it will make the breasts grow and swell firmly. Just, However, when your girl sweats, it's going to smell like maple syrup. But the trade-off is like, yo, you got these big old giant gal, and you smell like pancakes. So it's not really a bad thing if you like pancakes. And if you do, then pancake that ass by all means. You know? And do I believe all cows get vaccinated? No. Because I've dealt with county people enough to bribe county people, and they'll take a fucking piece of shit bribe to bend some rules and break some rules at a small level, then bigger people take a bigger bribe to do shit at a bigger level. That's why they keep all those people's names private, because it's like, oh, you're an inspector, you inspect how many cows are actually vaccinated, but somehow you got a couple of Maseratis. Your kids are in schools you really can't afford. You got property that, yeah, maybe your credit, but it's a lot of devious shit. Hidden in plain sight. It's not even hidden, it's just straight in your face. Hey, we're ripping you fuckers off. Now, stop trying to look back at me while I'm fucking you and take it. It's ridiculous. Okay, so check that out too, right? Okay, so they're what? They're vaccinating how many species? Just to fuck what? Cows, chicken, commercial ducks, ham, goat, sheep, maybe some venison here and there. Knowledge, what up? So they're only worried about vaccinating this couple of handfuls of animals. What about all the other animals out there? They're just cool. Oh, bats, snakes, frogs. Y'all can just go out there, get AIDS, get whatever. Get some frog STDs. Y'all all got genital warts because you're frogs and toads with your warty bodies all humping and sliding and dirty. But like, are they vaccinating all the elephants? Are they vaccinating the giraffes? Because the giraffes be getting down. As I said, they got that long neck. That's some. See what I'm doing here is I'm perpetrating the further myth that I want to fuck a giraffe, even though I don't want to fuck a giraffe, but I do. But I don't. Anybody ever seen The Wave? WAV. I'll try, Kurt. I'll try. If loving giraffes is wrong, I don't wanna be right. Arbitrary. Oh, I got to put somebody in their place today and punk them down with authority, which felt good. I didn't get to mention that anytime today earlier. Fucking, I get there and I have a smoke before I go in, usually. So I walk up in time to stand there and smoke and chill and get my head changed from happy fun time to I'm at work now. So the one lady up there, Brenda, she's the door greeter for the time being, wiping the carts and telling people if they gotta wait in line, so on and so forth. And this fucking LA dude or wherever the fuck he was from, he wasn't from our town, you could tell. Because he had on all Dodgers gear. Nobody wears Dodgers gear like that up here. Like right now, they're all wearing Cowboys because it's football and the Cowboys train in Oxnard, which is like right there next to us. So he starts mouthing off at her, and like none of the other people are coming out of the store to back her up. So I'm like, fuck that. And I go over there and I'm like, hey, do you need my pepper spray? And he stops talking and she's like, what? And I said, what he's doing right now is assault. It's verbal assault. And it's a hate crime because you're a woman, so he can't verbally assault you on 2 counts. And dude just kind of backed up and went and got back by his wife, who was giving him that look like, you fucking motherfucker. And then I was just like, nah, cool. So I just went back and finished my smoke and just watched the line proceed. And everybody was cool. I didn't have to raise my voice. I didn't have to get snippy with anybody. But I did let him know, don't threaten a woman like that in my presence or in anyone's presence. Because this ain't that kind of city anymore. And I don't think it ever should have been. It never was. If it was, shit's gone. Nah, man, I don't blame you on that front. Like honestly, like it is what it is. I did my best. I do my best to never really say anything negative about anybody personally. If you say something I disagree with, yeah, I might poke fun at it, but if it's not your personal theory, you shouldn't take offense about it. And again, anything that was misconstrued, I'd already apologized for. So at that point, I don't know where the any beef would be from with anybody on anything. I don't badmouth people. I don't call names. I don't engage in dumb shit. I engage in shenanigans and hijinks, mischief, but it's all fun, cheeky shenanigans, arbitrary shenanigans. Nothing detrimental shit that's just gonna make people laugh. Because laughter is the best medicine, and I'm a medicine man. Oh yeah, I got to remember that too. Next time I see the Raphael flat plane guy, to explain to him that you got to explain to him aliases. Because I know he was looking in the chat and he's like, "Wait a minute, Hexican just told Desayam to fuck himself." And Desayam replied, "Bad." Like, no, I was just dicking around. So if you're watching Raphael Flat Pain TV, me, him, samesies. The only thing that ever really bugs me about anybody's talks or any of it, it's never information people present anyway. It's when I start hearing the prejudice because I don't feel it's right from anybody towards anybody. I don't care if you're a light colored person biased against this color or that color against that color. It's all the same thing. It's ignorance. It's just plain fucking ignorance. And that's usually the only turnoff people have with me. And I started seeing it here and there, and they're like, oh, there it is creeping in. There it is again. And I know they're doing their best to wean it out of themselves. Or maybe they're not, and they're just doing their best to be respectful because they like me as a person, which is cool. But I'd rather them just get it out of their system. Like, if you got to call me a cracker to feel better, go for it. I won't take offense. Like, I honestly feel better that you're comfortable enough to have a good joke like that. Like Root likes calling me hillbilly. I'm like, dude, I'm not a hillbilly, but it's funny, so I just let him. I like it. I forget what I called it. I was like, nah, I'm a cave dwelling gemstone miner. That's why our skin's all adapted to lighter melanin production. Because there's no non-melanated people. Those are called albinos. Yeah, he did. Yeah, see, that's how the drop show started. I was chatting. He was up on the panel, and I think Huey and somebody else. And it was just a nice little chit chat. And then Cyphers went live, so I went over there. My channel hopped over there because I like to support everybody. Sometimes I watch different shit. I'll watch one person on the phone and be on another spot with the tablet because I like information. I like everybody. And then I went to work, and then apparently there was just mayhem. I don't know. I hadn't caught up with all that. It's not really my place to. I don't know. I don't know. I'm, I'm staying silent on a lot of fronts just because unless somebody wants to hear my opinions, I'm not going to just force them on anyone like that because it's not directly with me. Unless it is directly with me, then I'll deal directly with it because you know, all about peace. Piece of pizza, piece of pie, piece of mind in the sky. Right? You see, Kirk, you'd like my mom. She'll sit there and I'm like, what's that sound? I thought a tape recorder was broken. She watches her videos on high speed so she can get through them faster and watch more videos in a day. Because she's learned Portuguese and she's learned French and she's learned Spanish. Whatever the hell she's working on next to go travel someplace else. Kirk, the Incredible Digression Hulk. But he swings Thor's hammer. Thor's hammer of truth. No, that was really good there. Remember the one version of the Hulk where his dad was somehow the absorbing man, which made no sense, but whatever. And the only way to beat him was to just infuse the guy and just keep producing so much energy from his Hulk source and just rage out so hard that the guy couldn't take it anymore. And he just fucking blew him apart. That's what we got to do with love. Just pump it up so hard people can't do nothing but swell and be like, oh, fuck it, all right, get me. And they're just happy. I think everybody has a chance to do something one time in history that hasn't ever been done. We're all just starting to wrap our heads around it. And that's why they're trying so hard to distract us because once that spark hits with enough people, the fire catches and then it's done. And they know it's going to happen one way or the other because once it's in the consciousness, it's there. Power of suggestion, but better because you've already constructed the thought, you've simulated it, you've mapped it out, you Sherlock Holmes did whatever you want to call that shit. You put it together in your little box and prismed it on out of there. Kinetic potential, energy transmission. Bing, bing, bong. You ever wonder how they made the first radio? Human vivisection. for checking the crystals inside the human brain and how they reacted to the electrical impulses generated by the nervous system. There's a lot of really crazy fucking supervillain kind of science out there on the web. If you really look for it, and it kind of scars your mind with the perversity of it all. How they discover things. Images you see in movies were actually real images. I always tell people research Unit 731 and what America did in that instance. And then tell me, oh yeah, you trust America, they'll do the dreamers right. America's going to do you right because you're the BLM. They're America, they're going to change for you. Just go read about Unit 731. Watch a video if you got a good stomach so you can see the actual factual. Another good idea I still think would be an all-out strike across the board to show corporate masters, hey, y'all need to tighten the fuck up. We've had enough. Mostly because I'm just tired of the way the general public treats everybody at work nowadays. People popping off. Right? Before YouTube, it was just Facebook and it was Amira Shylon, Instagram, Fubar, and MySpace, Yearbook, Twitter, Twitch, fucking. I think at my peak I was on 87 different websites. So I achieved the best saturation I could. But I kind of contoured each of them to be like a specific version of me. Like that Jet Li movie, the one. It's like on this page, I'm this version of me. Okra Sinfree. You mean Oprah, that big chimpy chump fuck? Gimbo Lamp. I'm not about Oprah. And what's with Stedman's head? God damn, man. I was looking at her thumbnail, and this dude's head, it looked like he was a fucking, he had a big box haircut, but it was his head. His head just goes up an extra couple of stories. It's like, man, what? Are you like Mastermind? Is that the real brains behind Oprah Winfrey? He's just controlling her with Martian super brain telepathy? Oprah. They did have it in Men in Black. Oprah's an alien. I wish Eddie Griffin had a talk show. I think he would be a really good, funny talk show host. And if we could like resurrect Patrice O'Neal, he's hilarious. I always wanted to see him live, but never got to. I did get to see Dice Man live. I know not a lot of people like him, but dude's funny. He's got a lot of shit that you don't hear on his albums that he does live. Okra. I love fried okra though. Now I want to go to Popeyes. They got the best fried okra in town. Because they don't have Church's Fried Chicken out here. And it's not really feasible to drive down to Roscoe's anytime soon. If I want to drive that far to Roscoe's, then I'm going to be like, damn, I'd rather have Hawkins Burger. Because that shit is, fire. So alchemy. What would that be? Transforming your soul into. Me too. I think the last time I had fast food. I don't, it depends on how you consider pizza. I'll get takeout pizza. But nah, McDonald's, shit like that, nah. And I get the Wendy's chicken sandwiches just because I know the local supplier. Like I used to work at the Wendy's, so I know their shit's on the level for the chicken at least. Don't eat the hamburgers though. I have pictures on Instagram where their fucking patties are like white, green, and purple. And I'd point them out to the manager on duty. I'd be like, yo, this meat is clearly fucking rancid, right? Cook it anyway. Like, what do you mean cook it anyway? That could kill somebody. It'll be okay. Just cook it anyway. And you try to complain, they don't want to hear that shit. Next thing you know, you got people saying you got buck naked in the kitchen. Even though they're proven to be liars, you get fired, but they tell you quit. So you don't get unemployment because you're a piece of shit. It's like, whatever. I had savings and I had a job 2 weeks later, and I've been there since. I'm already at like a year and a half and change. And it's all systems go. Now I get to deal with the produce too. I never thought that shit would be as fun as it is. Like, I get nice and baked, and I go in there, and they're like, hey, can you do the produce? Like, fuck yeah. I get to make a pyramid out of the boxes of bananas, and I get to make a pyramid out of the different cantaloupes and watermelons. And it's like heavy lifting, so I'm doing good workout, staying stamina, staying strong, not getting the gray hairs, like staying nice and healthy. Damn, digressive eyelash arbitrarily in my eye. It's weird too, right? You can just jam your finger into your eye. That's cool. Eyelash touches your eye. It's like, whoa, what the hell's that? Stabbing me like that. It's almost hard to believe it's the same sensors. Sensors. I have speech impediment. Oh, love that. Just remember Chris had Bell's palsy face last night. That shit had me weak. Because I thought of somebody I knew that had Bell's palsy. She thought it was funny. So we were just having a good time laughing about it. Her face with it. Cha-cha-cha-cha. It's you. It's the cat. The curtain started shimmying across the way. It was just the cat kicking shit. Damn, it's 4 o'clock. Smoke another cigarette and then I'll call it night. I would have to, but if I don't sleep soon, it'll be hotter. I don't like sleeping when it's hot. I gotta sleep when it's cool. That's right. Do everything good. Shit. If you got the choice, do it. If you don't got the choice, get the choice. Figure it out. Ask for help. Fucking team up with people. There's just too many humans for anybody to be in need. It's retarded. Fucking retarded. Like, in the sense of slow. The growth is slow, the development is slow. Society should be further along, people should be further along, healing should be further along. All these things are simple and done, and they're just not allowing it out so they can make a profit still. Like, it's one thing to stifle technology that's really harmful to people, but if something's beneficial and can help mankind, make that shit. Put it out there, give it to them for free. The way they used to do shit. You didn't have to pay an arm and a leg to get plumbing back in the day. Everybody's like, hey, cool, city water. Get on it. Now we got some good water. But then they figure out, oh, we can just bottle water and tell people the water the city provides is bad. And those dumbasses will believe it because doctors on TV told them so. Really? A medical doctor is the one that's telling you about your water, not a hydrologist, someone who deals with the science of water. Uh-huh. Not a chemist who deals with the chemical processes involved in cleaning water and sanitizing water, sterilizing it. I don't know. Some people like Bill Nye the Science Guy. Some people like fucking, I don't know, Edison, Einstein. If you ain't got a bunch of inventions that I can see working, I kind of have to say whatever. Everybody talks a lot of game about Tesla. Oh, he made this free energy and this. Well, where is it? Who's using it? Where's this Tesla coil that's working? Because the Tesla car isn't a Tesla coil. It's just an electric car. There's no fucking Tesla generating coil in the car. It wouldn't even work that way. It wouldn't be able to be consistently grounded long enough to pull a charge. But I digress. But yeah, like, okay, Tesla's work was all stolen and hidden. Well, then how do we know anything about it? How do you know what work he did? Obviously, it's known. Distilling water is good and easy to do. Like, you can say what you want about Edison. Okay, maybe he didn't invent the shit, but there is a telephone. There's light bulbs. We got record players to this day. Shit. Everything else people invent, you can check into and be like, oh, Thomas Jefferson invented the dumbwaiter. Well, he might not have, but there is a dumbwaiter, so somebody made it. Somebody made an elevator. Somebody made a car. Somebody made a bicycle. All these things are tangible reality, but when it comes to anything Tesla made, oh, well, we don't have the funds, we don't have the notes, we don't know how to. Really? Nobody in the history of technology with all this computing power behind them can duplicate any of Tesla's work or ever understand it? Come the fuck on. If you believe that, I got a deed to the Brooklyn Bridge and the Golden Gate, and I'll sell them both for one low price. Today only. Act now. Call. Supplies are limited. Arbitrary. Guess what the energy is, though? It's us. We're moving around. We generate this static electricity. That's why they keep us from being grounded, because it will process through us and feed the fucking earth and feed the ionosphere and feed the atmosphere the healthy energy it needs to make the rainstorms again. That's what the point of Total Recall was, to get everybody to wake the fuck up. Free Mars is free Earth. Get rid of the dams. Get rid of all the blockades. No more reservoirs. Let the shit flow. It's designed to ebb and flow. It's one giant fucking hydroponic garden. Like, if you really look at it, look at the computer models on the Total, you'll see it. It's like a heartbeat. The water flows out, makes the tides, recedes. All the dams are stopped up, the pressure's built up and backed up, and now we got fucking Antarctica. Big giant Siberia. Like, oh, Siberia couldn't always have been frozen like that because nobody would have lived there. You can't grow anything there. They had to at some point had places to grow and still have some kind of season of growing, or they wouldn't still live there, even if you can truck in supplies. I've seen Alaskan truckers. I've seen how difficult it is with modern technology, much less horses or any of that shit. Exactly. Like if you ever, I don't know if any of y'all, I'm sure you guys have fucked with some plumbing here and there, but when you get with them old pipes, the old iron pipes, cast iron, you'll have some major fucking clogs. And you can have good pressure in one part of the house. In another part of the house, you're like begging for a drop of water to fall on you in the shower to get the shampoo out. And you're like, ah, because somebody flushed the toilet. Yeah, that's bullshit too, Mar. Ted Kaczynski showed us you could build a bomb with working parts out of fucking hand carved wood. Basic sulfides and other ingredients to make the black powder and the gunpowder and make a bomb out of wood. So if you can do shit like that with wood, then I can make a turbine. If you can, it would just be a team of people. I would need a team of people. I need somebody to help construct the forge so we could cast metal and smith through blacksmithing. We need a lumberjack to provide the wood for the fuel. Somebody who likes to do that shit, we'll teach them how to do it. Like, here you go, man. Beat out some swords, beat out some tools, learn to make molds, pour it. Like, it's basic shit when you really look into it. It just requires practice. But even with just basic know-how, you can make your own aqueduct systems so everybody can just tap off the same little section of stream or lake without polluting it and run it to their own little personal pool in their property. Everybody's got their own swimming hole. It can go down into their bathing area, so that water is going somewhere else, and then the bottom you just have it drain back into the earth. So that way you're not really polluting the stream. And you're essentially feeding all the micronutrients of your dead skin, any dirt that washes off you, food crumbs, all that kind of jazz. Becomes micronutrients and refeeds the soil the way it's designed to. The way it's designed to be if you're actually all walking around, generating this energy for the planet the way you're supposed to be, instead of driving or riding horses or hyped up. Not really. It's just so simple in my head because it all epiphanied on me a long, long time ago. It was like one giant knife went into the back of my fucking skull, and I had 4,000 images burned into my memory. I can see it anytime I look inside. I can see this thing scroll through and scroll through diagrams, explanations, just a compendium. Things I don't even begin to understand yet, but I know what they look like. I know how to construct them, just not the why. Yeah, if you worked with nature and the gravity of it, or the slope, or the grade of the landscape, you wouldn't even need a pump. You could just naturally flow everything. You could rig up separate water tanks to where you pressure it in and you have a natural solar water tank. Cooking your water, you can have it running on your roof, and then that can flow through your walls of your house and your floor, and then you've got solar water heat during the winter because the pipes will stay hot from the sun and it'll heat your floor and your walls. And since water retains heat, well, it'll also radiate through the walls from your fireplace or your steam fireplace generator, whatever. There's lots of cool pollution-free tech out there. Well, if they need to have a Terminator war against us, then just do it already, right? I mean, honestly, it's like this is like being in fucking in the principal's office at this point, where you're like, Alright, man, I know I did some fucked up shit or whatever, but I'm sorry for it. All that's taken care of. At this point, just tell me what's gonna happen. Like, what are we doing here? Shit or get off the pot, America. Are we cleaning our act up? Or are we gonna let these shit bags take us down? Like, come on. Yep, that's exactly what they do. They just pump it up. You got your water tank and that pressures your whole system. Fancy folks have 2 or 3 water towers. You see, the secret to really getting the water going again is to plant heavy duty trees, because the larger trees instinctively have biomagnetics that seek to root, and they will travel down to the electric current of the groundwater flowing, because it's groundwater, not because it's in the ground or underground, but because it's grounding the current of the fucking biomagnetic spectrum, aka gravity. Kind of the same way when you swirl a rock around your hand, after a while it'll feel like the rock has a magnetic pull to it, but really you just stimulated the electrons in a certain fashion, and that makes the attraction. If I'm wrong, prove me wrong. I won't mind. They can blow up my water tank, and I'll be like, I'll summon everybody. Like, digression team! And then I'll have the Rams horn. Somewhere in the distance, a hawk cries. I should just be on charge of a TV station. It's back here, you write this, you write that. Let's get some good TV out. Like that movie UHF, you ever seen that one? That one's a good one. Weird Al. I got a copy of that for like $3. I was stoked. I don't have epilepsy or anything. I'm just stretching my neck. Not a cracked out or anything. Actually, I have a floating shoulder. So I literally have to stretch my neck and shoulders and body anytime I'm awake. Sun Pulse 500. Is that a pump or a light? Sounds like a light. Here's a good one. Someone make us $1 million. Make the tricorder a reality. It's an all-in-one gardening tool with an app. So you have a light sensor, thermometer, soil meter for soil pH, as well as ppms, water sensors for the same thing, pH, ppms, nutrient levels, all of this on a digital readout, and then you can sync it with your phone and Bluetooth it through the app, so you can have up-to-date, accurate results. So if you're running a garden and you're not there, you're in another part of town getting late or whatever, hey man, what's going on here? You got instant, accurate results that you can pull up on your app. Like for commercial hydroponic gardening of any kind, fruits, vegetables, weed, whatever, like it would be a really handy app and a really handy tool to have. Because that versus trying to write on a whiteboard and hope the gardener doesn't spray it when you're watering or cleaning. Hey, where'd that notebook go? Oh, somebody spilled a bucket of water on it. All the notes are right. Or in my case, I had my hard drive die because I didn't know that my place would flood the other place I used to live in Sadacora when I first moved back to Ventura from San Diego. So yeah, I just woke up one morning and didn't turn the light on, just turned, threw my feet down. It was like sploosh, sploosh. instead of my slippers. And that kind of woke me up. And I was just like, huh. I was like, damn, there's like 8 inches of water in my house. And then I looked over and I'm like, cool, my guitar's up on my shelf, so that's sick. All my books are cool, all my clothes are cool. But my tower was done. So that was sad. And it got me in trouble with court because as soon as that pissed me off, because when you deal with the family courts and child support, you're supposed to keep them apprised of any changes, right? Hold on, I need to drink this. Pomegranate drink. Good for digression. Okay. So regressing back to my previous point. So you're supposed to keep them apprised of any changes, right? So I call up my caseworker. I'm like, hey, Patty, my fucking hard drive got toasted and it was flooded out. And all my files got flooded. Everything I had, like, as far as pertaining to my payments, my receipts, all that shit, job searches, like everything they require you to keep track of, it got destroyed. She's like, oh, that's too bad. Well, thanks for telling us, so on and so forth. You know, good job. Good boy. Here's your biscuit. And I thought it was all well and good. And then the next week they fucking subpoena me and they're like, yo, you need to prove you paid this and you need to show this and that. And I'm like, what? And I told them, I'm like, yo, how did this come about? And they're like, well, your caseworker reported it. I'm like, so I do the right thing and tell her what happened, tell her the circumstances, and now I'm the bad guy because of the fucking flood that I had no control over. So then I was chapped about that, and I dragged that fucking case out for 2.5 years. Because I showed progress. I was consistently looking for work. I was consistently making as much payments as I could, and arrears payments when I could. Like, I was on point. And then finally I got it up to the point where I just ain't missed a payment in 10 years. Like, it just took a minute to get back on my feet after divorce. Because homegirl trashed my credit. Not only that, but a couple of my hackhead uncle and his girlfriend had set up bills in my name while I was on the other side of the country. So when I got back over to the East Coast the one time, I went to get cable and they're like, yo, you owe us $300. I'm like, the hell I do? I haven't lived in fucking the East Coast in like 7 years. Like, how the fuck do I owe you money? Exactly. Spins a little turbine and keeps going. It's a current, right? The flow. That's why you got to attach solar panels to your house and start generating that shit, and then they got to pay you. If you throw like enough good sized panels, you start generating it. I can tell the difference because the people here and where I'm at, the one guy put like the little portable units, about 15 of them around the roof line of his house. And now homeboy's got like a new car and a bunch of new hedges. And he's always looking spiffy with his new clothes, and his wife's looking good with her new shit. Like, so I know they're getting checked back from generating power. It's just silly that we rely on it so heavily. Like when you think how much fun it was to not need it as a teenager, other than to light the room up or listen to some music or something basic fun. Most of the streetlights here in America are solar powered nowadays. That's the big shit of it all too. Like all this stuff that the government uses is solar powered, natural gas powered. Well, how come the taxes haven't gone down? You're still charging us like you're fucking using diesel fuel. Explain that, mathletes. What do you want, digressive cat? I'm not petting you. That's what you're intending. No, sir. No. You don't have to restart turbines if you use hydroelectric, which is the whole point of it, to make hydroelectric power. So you have a windmill that's up above. It also spins when the water turns the wheels. It's all just like the little contraption constantly ripping and going. And solar cells aren't horribly hard to make. Even from scratch, if you've got silica, you can blast it with heat and make your own glass panels. Obviously, it would take some practice to get them to slide level grade, which really you just need them for the heat resistance. Then you need some titanium dioxide paste, which you would just make titanium and rust, I believe. And something else. I wrote the formula down, but there's videos out there. You can read the book on it. The book's kind of harder to understand because the video obviously illustrates it visually. But then you mix up your paste and blah, 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 blah. Then you mix it with the acai berries, and that gives it the purple color. You put that into your slide, attach your 2 lead wires into it, put a little glue around the edge. Voila, you got a solar cell. Do that on a larger scale. Same thing. You can make your own solar panels of any size. We could actually, people could start up a cheap solar cell making company and make them good enough quality to make a few coins. Hey, that's my mouse. It's not a toy. Don't start being finicky. I'll put you out when I go to bed. Like the Flintstones. Hey, fucking knock it off. Stop. No, she's playing with the paintbrush. Brenda is just so arbitrary. Bob's cool. Bob kills mice and Bob kills lizards and Bob kills spiders and shit and brings them and it's like, here, look what I did. Give me a treat. You just lay there and knock my shit around. Brenda. Meanie. I'm just kidding. My cats are both with me. She's just bored because Bob's outside hunting. I like her inside at night. Their brother and sister rescue kittens. So they're a little bit smaller sized, but they've got good tendencies, good energy, good attitude. They know their place. They know what's expected of them. I don't want to see vermin. I don't want to see animals. I don't want to see possums. I don't want to see shit except a happy boy and a happy house. We had the dog, but the dog went to baby mama because he just likes to run and people hear dicks about that. Your dog was out again without a leash. Like, what are you scared? It's a Chihuahua in Southern California. Like, doesn't everybody have freaking Chihuahua out here? Please get your ass out of my face, Brenda. Come on. Oh, now you can put your ass on camera? Cat Badussi live. Really? We're going there? No, you're purring, but I'm not. No, I'm not. This is not consensual. I do not give consent. I'm just kidding. It's a little turkey punch. don't know. I'd offer you a smoke, but they'd probably banish me from Earth. He let his cat smoke a cigarette. I say no, I let the cat smoke a cigar. And cat years, they're like 28, so, you know, party on, Wayne. Life's too short to worry about what cats are smoking, unless it's crack, or angel dust, or heroin, or methamphetamine, or Jimson weed, or salvia, or DMT, or embago roots, or banana peels, or henbane, or belladonna, mugwort, melamine. Shit, man, there's like 200 herbs you can smoke that I'm thinking of. Arrowwood's Vault. There's a lot of shit to learn there. And if you're ballsy enough, you can type in your drug experience stories so other people can go, wow, that's some crazy shit, dude. Or if you haven't experienced a chemical, you can look it up and see what other people experienced on it and how they felt. Rather than just diving into the pool blindly and not knowing if there's rocks beneath the surface. Yay, tomorrow is Tuesday work. That means I don't gotta work Wednesday. It means I can fucking have fun tomorrow night and get really high and have a blast. Instead of just a chill, keeping it low key show. Maybe somebody will have a good lead in show and I can be the after party. In any event, I'm calling it a wrap for tonight. Thank you guys for coming out. I love and appreciate all of your support and input. And I'll try to think of something new and interesting to discuss tomorrow, wherever I happen to be, which will be everywhere and nowhere all at once. Think about that. Till such time, peace out, peeps. See you tomorrow, fam. Night, guys. Bam. Yes.